Hello, everybody. How's it going? We are alive. It is Sunday. Flintlock Pixel, thank you for the follow. Florine, welcome in. Vontae, welcome in. Flintlock, welcome in. Didn't get a lot done yesterday, so I'm still kind of working on this shield, but it's getting there. I think center bit looks good. I need to add some like the bolts on it. Oh my god, hang on. Let me turn that off. Black Rose Scythe, greetings Zukan and chat. Glad to be hanging out with you all again. Glad to have you. Thanks for stopping by. Where are weapons on this? Yeah, so this has some like, I guess there's an interior lip here as well you need to do, and then there's the whatever you want to call them, the buttons. Do that. That is on this extra layer. So we'll do I think it's going to have as much of a shadow though, to be honest. Got the first GFX bug report for y'all on the patch today. Rivets is a good word to use. This GFX bug. GFX bug. What's GFX? Am I dumb? Graphics effect, I guess. So with the I saw some screenshot of a pink horse. Was that you? I think I need to think about best way to approach this thing. I think what I should do, make a new layer, or maybe even duplicate this one. We'll have the... What's the position of them? Roughly the size. I just need to fix the lights, the lighting on them. Well, well, well. Make a new character, male human, long hair. While on the character creation, you'll see smoke from the campfire behind render in front of the character. Is it... You'll see smoke from the campfire behind render in front of the... Is that only doing it on the hair? Because I know there's a bug with the hair. The hair has a shader, a new shader that I've put in a bug report about a while ago. Only the hair. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the shader that the new. It's a specific shader that I don't know that I don't know. I mean, if we can get it fixed, then we're all good. But if not, then I'll just have to use the standard shader. Hey Stink, did you get Camelot Unchained? I did not. I'm not a big PvP guy. I did Warhammer online back in the day, but there was enough like PvE stuff to, keep me entertained for a little while. But Camelot seems like it's all PvP, and I have no connection to the, the kind of source material or the original. So it was not even on my radar really. I only just kind of know about it because people like Primus and other folks talk about it occasionally. But it's not really my thing. Seems like it's Camelot's, in a rough state anyway, so even if I were into it or I did get it, I mean, I wouldn't really get much out of it for the amount of time I have available, Yeah, we're listening to the Vanguard soundtrack right now. I'm in a Vanguardy mood. Interestingly, watching some of the footage on Primus's stream of Camelot Unchained kind of reminded me of Vanguard to an extent, because early on it was kind of similar, like it was kind of in a really rough state like that. So I actually had a twinge of nostalgia, but still, it's not anything to go get it over. I think the races are cool. Yeah, I think the little leprechaun dudes and stuff looked kind of cool. Like kind of neat. I think if they keep trucking away at it, they could turn it into something cool. I mean, they've made it this far. Sounds like well, like I said, it hasn't been on my radar, so I don't really know all the details, but it sounded like they were going to build their own engine the guy who was doing that left, so then they were kind of had to start all over or something. Or maybe they just kept going with their own engine. I don't know what the deal was, but that would certainly set people back, set progress back. I did some research on DAOC because I was curious and I never realized how successful it was back in the day. Yeah, it was like one of the it's one of the big three, right? There's EverQuest, Ultima, and DAOC. Those are the three foundational MMOs. And they were, you know, they're probably all equal, but they're just different sort of, like even back then they were like specific niches for different things, because EverQuest was the PvE one, right? If you wanted to play PvE, you played EverQuest. If you wanted realm versus realm PvP kind of stuff, play DAOC. And Ultima, I know less about Ultima. It sounds like it's kind of a more of a free roam thing, because that was more 2D, so that there's a lot more like customization and stuff. Like sounds like you build a lot more of your own class, and you can do all sorts of crazy stuff and things like that. Actually, I probably know more about Ultima than I do DAOC, to be honest, but I know very little about both of those. Because I don't have an interest in that stuff personally. I was a PvE what do you call it? Care Bear. I was a Care Bear. Yeah, I was an EverQuest Care Bear, So but yeah, those are the three games back then. I was a Care Bear through EQ, but was all PvP in EQ2. It's interesting. I think there's maybe I don't, either it was you who said it last time, or you're not the only one who kind of got more into PvP when they played EverQuest 2, but I feel like I've heard that before, where people kind of did a lot of PvP in EverQuest 2, which is interesting. Or what was different with EverQuest 2 that made that more palatable? I know they had the EverQuest 2 did have those sort of arena things where it was like kind of like Pokemon, where you would collect like the item, like the creature, and then you would play as that creature in the arena. So it was kind of like a Pokemon battle kind of thing, because you'd collect the thing and then you would fight it in the arena. I thought that was kind of interesting. I think that's a pretty neat way to do it. I don't know if that ever became a big thing or not. I don't remember hearing a lot about it. I do enjoy PvP, but it just depends on the game. Did a lot of WoW, but I would probably never touch it in a game like EQ. Yeah, like I'll PvP in specific instances. Like I like team-based kind of shootery PvP games. Like I played a ton of Overwatch. That, like, an Overwatch kind of game I enjoy PvP in. I played a lot of Global Agenda. I was I was really into that, actually. When they were developing it, I was like part of I was in the closed beta and stuff like that, and I was really into that. But when it's like an MMO, like a fantasy-based MMO, where you're kind of like you're doing dungeons and you're out in the world, and they can, like, you know, be ambushed and stuff. I don't like that. That's not my thing. You play any Plan Side? No, not really. I didn't. I was too into EverQuest at that point. I kind of missed. I didn't get into that at the right time, I guess. Maybe I could have gotten into it if it was stuff lined up differently. Like PvP when the rules set. Sorry. I like PvP when the rule set makes it a fair level spread. EQ2 did that well. I don't usually play PvP due to the Zerg tactics. That said, I'm not advocating for EQ2, mind you. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about in like a fantasy world, like a fantasy RPG, it never feels fair to me. You're never on a level playing field, I feel like, because it feels less skill based when, even if you're the same level, if someone kind of comes at you with like raid level equipment, you're kind of fucked. Like it's equipment based, and I'd rather it be skill based. Like that's why I like the shooters, because like in Overwatch, the you don't get any equipment. Everyone has this, like, everyone does the same damage numbers and takes the same amount of damage and all that stuff, but it's dependent on what hero you pick, and it's all like balanced around that, right? So it's about like how you as the player use the abilities that you're given and how well you're able to aim at stuff. You know, because like you don't, it doesn't matter if you can aim or not. In like World of Warcraft, if you know, some dude springs at you when you're like skinning some leather or something. And he's like some raid level rogue. And you're just fucking gone, and he like stun locks you or something, and just does a crazy minute. It's just like, what do you do? That's not fun. And then he just corpse camps you. I don't know. I'm not into that. It doesn't sound appealing to me. It's not my bag. So some people are into that, and that's fine. That's kind of why I prefer like a specific sort of environment, I guess. Planetside, I didn't, like I said, I didn't play it. That seems like it's kind of a mix between the two, right? Like an open world shooter. So, I don't know. I feel like I don't know if I would have liked it. Because it might fall under the same thing, even though it's less skill based. I don't know. I think I just like a more sterile PvP environment. I think that's just what it is. Nothing new on the lizard front yet. Still just hoping to get them on the website. We're just you know, we're got busy with our other stuff right now, so, and they're not gonna be coming out anytime soon, so there's not a real big rush. It's just, it would be nice to get them official, but it's nothing that can't wait. I was wondering how the anti-aliasing for some of these items will work, like when the loot strings and stuff. I was walking around Elf Town that the textures on the floor were jagged while I walked around or walked forward. I was just wondering if the same thing would happen to items with multiple lines. I mean, if that's an issue, maybe I'll put a blur. I'll like blur it out a little bit or something, or lower the texture size or something. I mean, there's because I don't know that there's anything happening on the shader that helps with that, other than the mipping. I guess mipping could do a thing, which will happen. We'll see. The shader does tend to kind of make things worse, honestly. So something that we need to work on in general, I think. I've noticed that it maybe it's not aliasing, but on a lot of armor and stuff, particularly on the wood elves because they're so small, like there's like a sharpening, like a mask sharpening that happens, and that doesn't look good. So but I'm not great with shaders, so we don't really have someone I can kind of poke all the time about that stuff. And actually, and we have one or two folks, but they're like pretty busy with other stuff too. Oh my gosh.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save? Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
Dargeth's here. I don't even have to look up to know what's going on there. How you doing? I mean, that's valid. I haven't saved yet, so. That man's had a bit too much Tylenol early on. You gonna take that, Dargeth? Patch day always a little sticky, but the updates are fucking amazing. Right on. Yeah, I'm interested to check out more of the druid stuff. Played a little bit yesterday. The seasons idea was crazy good. I'm not a druid player, but love the ideation. I guess so. I mean, I think I need to play with it to get a real feel for how I feel about it. But my initial thought on it was like feeling like it was kind of a lot of like actions, like kind of more less sandwichy, I guess. It's kind of more shit to do. And I wish it was called something else besides seasons. Yeah, but I'm not a fan. Like, I don't care about stands dancing. I don't know. I don't think it. I don't know. We'll see how it feels. It kind of sounds like you can just kind of like stay in one. So, maybe it's still kind of, you know, chill. But like, willing to be open-minded and give it a try before I have any kind of way, you know, kind of come down on it in any kind of way. I have my initial thoughts. Anyway. Druid are connected to nature made sense to me. I'm a little concerned with every update seeming to be higher APM. Yeah, that's kind of... Yeah, I don't... That's kind of my thought behind the seasons thing, is like... Need to go too crazy. That's not what we set out to do. Druid was made to be the solo jack of all trades, and I think this pushes it into a higher APM solo enjoyer gameplay. I just wanted, like... I don't know. Maybe Druid needs something a little bit more, because for the solo side of things, I mean, I only got like a Druid to 24 on M&M and like an open play test. And that was largely playing in a static, so I don't know if like my experience is enough to be a good sounding board on where they're at. I would say in EverQuest, they were lacking with certain things, because at least in the healing department, they around level 30 to 35 in that area. I remember kind of burning out on Druid because couldn't really keep up on heals anymore, and I felt kind of underpowered when it comes to soloing. But maybe I just needed more patience, or I didn't have the right gear. I wasn't geared well enough to like hold my own. Like I tried like to quad kite stuff and root rot stuff a little bit, but I always ran out of mana before I could kill a thing, so it didn't feel like I was doing it right, or I didn't have enough stuff. So it could be user error there, but so if some of that's fixed with some of the stuff that's going on with Druid now, maybe that's for the best in the long term. I don't. I guess there's an element of just kind of chilling and like root rotting stuff that I don't want to lose as well. I'm sure you can still do that, of course. And if the seasons just let you do that a little bit better and it doesn't like, you know, get out of hand with APM shit, that's good. So we'll see. I'll reserve final judgment, final opinions on that until I have a more educated stance. But yeah, I think you just chill in your season in aesthetic. Yeah, I think that's probably what it is, and it's probably fine. Yeah, I know there's like the Lumi staff you can get in EverQuest that has like the clicky call lightning, that you can start using at like 30 or 35 or something. And like if I had that, like unlimited mana for quad kiting, that would have been dope. I probably would have really enjoyed that. But I didn't have that, so I was working with the mana pool I had as a kid who was still rocking like scarab gear in his 30s. So you can imagine I didn't have a great deal of mana to play with. So kind of like trying to quad kite or even root rot shit in the over there. I wasn't successful. It wasn't efficient. It wasn't enjoyable. So that's kind of why I stopped playing my druid. I switched to enchanter necromancer. You know, in the end. Class changes are a big deal. I'm waiting to see what actually happens. I don't think it's a good idea to stray from the formula, but we'll see. Yeah. I mean, if we are going to stray, now is the time to do it and not like in early access or, you know, after 1.0 or something. But I do think that a lot of folks are here because certain foundational elements. It's kind of, I worry sometimes when we kind of stray, I guess. Oops. So we'll see. Maybe it's naive to think that nothing will change. Yeah. Yeah, Quackum, I think you know, something's got to be, some stuff's got to be new and different or change in some way. It makes sense. A newcomer won't see that. Yeah. There's an advantage to those that have the discipline to wait until it comes out, I guess. You're not burdened with baggage of what used to be. You can enjoy the game for what it is at that point. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm right there with you guys. Like, I'm a huge EverQuest stan, right? So, I'm one of the ones who like kind of fights for certain things to be certain ways because it's that's what we liked. Why would we make why do we need to make something different just to be different? If it's not as fun, if it's not enjoyable. But I mean, that's my personal kind of I think I've said this before. Everyone kind of has their own fantasy foundation. Kind of comes down to what you got into first. Like, you know, was it Tolkien? Tolkien was kind of your first introduction to fantasy things, and maybe that's your fantasy foundation. Maybe it's the Lord of the Rings films. Maybe it's Dungeons and Dragons, which can predate all that stuff. Kind of goes into how you view, you know, world building, specific races, all that stuff. Like a paladin. Like, if you said what is a paladin, if you ask somebody who played Diablo, might be different than someone who played EverQuest or someone who played World of Warcraft as their foundational fantasy. The paladin is pretty or even, you know, Dungeons and Dragons, because like a paladin is in a lot of like it's agnostic to fantasy specifics. There's a lot of paladins in a lot of games and movies and that stuff, but they function differently. They're viewed differently. Like an EverQuest paladin, winged helm, flaming sword. But in World of Warcraft, they're more hammer based. Seems like. So I mean, that's a simple example of something that could be a profound thing for someone. Oh my god, I can't draw this line. Warcraft is a hammer paladin. Even Diablo 2 leaned into that. Yeah, they had the spinny hammer move. I always liked the two-handed sword paladin. Two-handed sword with the winged helm. I don't think it doesn't even have to be a flaming sword in my opinion. Although that fits for me because EverQuest is my foundation. But I'm definitely more of a bladed paladin kind of guy. Making a speaker, right? Yeah. This is the Bard epic. It's just a big amp, and you play your song and it goes ons 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 ons. The Hammer of Justice ideology. Y'all took away my obscure broadsword on the wizard today. That was my kind of shit. Yeah, that's another thing. Like the actually that was a big thing for me. The wizard identity. That's a more direct example of kind of what I'm talking about because the whole Gandalf vibe, you know, or a wizard wielding a sword and kind of going at it and stuff. That is a different take on the wizard than what I would subscribe to. Because again, EverQuest being my fantasy foundation, they kind of sit back there in the back, sitting around, and then when you really need them, they stand up and they just drop a thing. They delete a mob. When it starts to run and you're like, oh shit, we need this to not run, wizard can just drop it. Or if you pull too many, wizard can just delete one of the ads. You know? That's kind of a different, and you know, it's not sustainable, and I understand that that's not desired for long-term grinding. So that there's definitely, it's not without flaw. I'm not saying that my thought on things is like the best way to do it. Like some stuff needs to change. Like the wizard needs to not be so whatever word you'd call that, I guess. Kind of on reserve until, or inactive until, you know, it's a big deal kind of thing. Like being more active more consistently is better from a gameplay standpoint. And there's probably ways to do that without just making them like a melee Gandalf wizard. So, and maybe we've done that. I don't know. I'm also not a wizard player, so it, I'm just kind of coming at it from like a, this is how I think it should be, without really trying it myself. So the obscure broadsword wasn't cosmetic in the harbor. Who has woken me from my slumber? Die. Yeah, it's just like having a little dragon in your party. But I will say, I definitely think there is something to classes that are kind of more powerful in short bursts and then require time to regenerate, because like you can go do stuff. You can this is one thing that I really do want to maintain, and with higher APM stuff, it feels a little threatening to this, but I like to just live in the world and feel like I'm still kind of doing something. Like if I had the game open on another like screen or something, and I was just sitting there, and then I could go do something else, like I could like work on painting a shield or a speaker, but then I could like a mob spawns and I can like kill it, like a name spawn, like I'm farming a named or something, I can kill it and then sit back down, regenerate, and then go back to what I was doing. Like that's what I want deeply. That's very important. That there, at least some classes have the capacity to just kind of AFK farm. So that is my hope. I think that is a very important element of the game that needs to be preserved. That's just my thought. And I feel like I think Sean would agree with that. So I would imagine most people would agree with that. But I'm sure there's a number of ways to achieve that. I've had some drinks. Is it obvious? It wasn't until you said it. Just said something. I feel like this is the process that led Blizzard to do talent trees. Class identity was an umbrella. Ella.
Quick question. When was the last time you hit save?
Save. I should put a timer on that. Like a 30-minute cooldown. So then it's actually helpful. More timely, I guess. %60 of the time, it's helpful every time. Oh, I got a collaboration request. Join session. Join. Hello? Hello? Cannot. Do not hear things. Audio output. I cannot hear. My gosh. I'm gonna call him. Oh, you know what?
Uh-oh.
I had
What?
my other computer muted, so that's probably what was going on.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, I can hear you
Okay.
now. How you doing?
That'll do. I'm doing good, buddy. How are you doing?
Doing okay. This shield's
Nice.
coming along. So
Hell yeah.
yeah, I muted the other computer because I kept getting the Windows error sound, and I was like,
Oh, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah. It's like, oh, we don't need that on.
Not to worry. We got other avenues.
Yeah.
The
Silly goose.
silliest.
Who you calling silly goose? I'll fight you. Mind me, bro.
So yesterday I got done cleaning up all my so somebody decided in their infinite wisdom, not me, but the person that had owned this house that I'm in previously, was like, you know what? I'm gonna take the garage and put a bunch of peel and stick linoleum tiles on the floor. So spent the last 3 days scraping those up and finally got that done. So that was good.
That's good.
It was tough, man.
Linoleum tiles in the garden, you said?
No, in my garage.
Oh.
So they took these stick-on tiles and then just stuck them to the concrete floor in the garage, and it was horrible. Anyway, yeah,
That sounds awful.
it was. Yeah, did they use lead-based adhesive? I'm sure they did.
Did you lick them?
Yeah, right.
You gotta lick it to see if it's lead or not.
Yeah. That's how you know that it's the good stuff.
That's what I did. I ate lead-based paint when I was in grade school, and that turned out okay.
Yeah.
I turned out fine. I'm great. I'm doing great.
Look at me now. Hmm. It just took a long time. That was the hard part. I have an ice scraper, so I was kind of doing it tile by tile, right? There's isn't the easiest thing to do. Hmm.
A shield with handles? How novel. You realize it can just float there, right? No, these are Velcro strips, man. That's how it works. That's how video games work. It's a
Adhesive strips.
they're command strips right there. And it's
Yeah.
there are M&M off-brand command strips.
Actually, if you've ever seen how Turkish shields are held and stuff, it was really ingenious. They had they'd use a rope instead of leather straps. And then you could either hold the rope, so you could hold the shield in front of your hand, or you could kind of lash the rope around your arm and have it on your, attached, right? It's such an interesting way to do it.
Word of command strip. Wait, that's something else. Bunch of clerics getting freaky with the undead and Wormsbane or something, sounds like. I'm looking forward to. I see the cleric is is the healer priest type that I enjoy. I'm looking forward to their deep dive.
Mm-hmm.
That and fighter. I'm curious. I'm not. Maybe I'll play fighter one day, but not really. Not really a big high on the list for me necessarily. But I'm just curious about some of the suggestions I made, making it if I make it in or not.
Oh yeah. Did you post those in the
It was,
Confluence?
I think so. It was just one ability really that I was like keen on.
Oh yeah. I remember you talking about that one for the Vanguard kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The provoking shot thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's neat.
So you could do like bow pulls and stuff with them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I would like to see it where it's a thrown or bow weapon, right? So a ranged weapon, right? I think the wording would be best. So that way you could like be a fighter with throwing knives and stuff and have that feel pretty good.
Yeah, that would work too. I think yeah, if it's just an ability that requires a ranged item, that would work.
Yep. I just want to be the fighter that's like, watch this pull, and then you completely screw it up because you throw your knife.
Hey guys, watch this! You just turn around and like throw an axe, and like it blows right by the guy you're trying to hit, and like hits like a giant sand giant in the nuts or something, and you're just like, oh shit! Everybody run!
No. I mean, that's how it goes most of the time, right?
I mean, anytime you say, "Hey, watch this," it's you just inviting. That's like monkey's paw shit right there. Yeah.
Yep.
You just gotta, and yeah. Anytime you see that, you gotta check for like rakes in the sand.
Yeah, seeing the druid stuff, I was pretty excited about that because I like the idea of them like their whole spell list being much more about like a balance, you know, and I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
where it's about maintaining balance for being like where you want to be with your spell casting and stuff, and I think that's kind of neat.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I was expressing some concern that stuff was kind of moving in away from like the chill sandwichy stuff, but I'm willing to be open-minded and wait and see until I try it and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't think it's like, again, the whole idea of it is like, hey, I want to stick in this healing thing, so it's less about like your APM and just more about your thoughtful execution, right? And I think it's a really nice way to have, like, it's a very delicate way to have a little bit more attentiveness to the way you play the character and not requiring high APM.
Yeah, right? the fact that it's you can just chill in the season. Yeah. I think maybe I'm just overthinking it and it's fine. But just the knee-jerk reaction is, oh, there's more things to manage. That seems more, you know.
I can understand that, but it's like you have 10 opportunities to maintain balance, right? So, you know, you just weave more heal spells than you do DPS spells when you want to heal, and or you could literally not cast damage spells, right? You just sit and heal, and you'll be in the healing mode the whole time, right? So it's not like a huge commitment. Like, when I first was reading through it, I'm like, oh shit, you're gonna have to continually change through seasons, and like, how the hell is that gonna work? And then when I was reading, I'm like, oh, well, I mean, if your primary goal during a fight is just going to be healing, and you're like, I'm going to be the healer, then you can just focus on healing. But if you're going to do damage, then you can light heal on occasion and just straight up focus on damage, So it really does give you the most flexibility, I think,
Yeah, I
to
think
have that sort of stuff.
in calling them seasons, maybe it conjures up a certain amount of a certain something in your brain where it's like, oh, you have to kind of go through the whole rotation sometimes,
Yeah.
like against your will, or like if you maybe you cast one too many nukes and then it pushes you out of like healing mode and you have to go through the whole cycle or something. But I don't think
Well,
it doesn't
yeah.
sound like that's even the
Yeah.
case. So
I mean, that is possible. If you like lose focus and you're just like dicking around, you're like, I'm just gonna cast 10 damage spells in a row, and then you like, oh, I was supposed to be healing, and you knock yourself out of that, then yeah, I could see it being a pain in the ass having to go all the way through the rotation again. But you could also have that, you have the 20-minute ability that basically resets you, so you can reset back into winter or summer, right? Dependent.
yeah, but I mean
So,
then it's not so much of a cycle. So it's like, I don't know, maybe
yeah, it's more the emergency oh shit, so you don't have to go all the way back. You wouldn't then have to go like, hey, I was in summer, then I accidentally pushed myself into autumn. Whoopsie doodles. Now I have to go all the way through the winter, all the way back through spring, all the way to get back to summer again. That would be, then you'd have to do like 30 spells, right, to get all the way back to where you wanted to be. And that's why you'd have the
yeah, I understand that, but I guess my point is then why not call it something other than seasons that conjures up the thought of having to go in order when there's like a button that makes you go out of order. It's kind of
It's kind of based on, so like I feel like at the highest tier of druid, what they're gonna be doing is they're gonna bounce between multiple seasons during a fight, right? Because you're gonna have your big like fight or whatever, and so you'll like start in winter. You'll knock out a bunch of spells, and then you'll slowly roll into like a mana regen kind of deal, and then you could technically bounce back and continue doing some other stuff, right? And so it just gives you freedom to be able to kind of hop around and do what you need to do. But I feel like at the highest levels, they'll be jumping around to different seasons for certain situations and stuff.
yeah, no, I totally understand that, but again, my point is, if you're not going in order of the seasons and you're jumping around, kind of zigzagging, then it's not like maybe it just calling the seasons.
Yeah, I guess if you're coming at it from the mentality that this is like it's supposed to be that way, but that's not the design. The design is the season is just the style of magic that it is, right? So I guess for me, I don't see it as a requirement that you would have to run through all the stuff, right? Like,
yeah,
again,
I'm not saying it has. I'm not saying it has to mechanically, but thematically, that like it just there feels like we could have just called it something else, is all.
I mean, you could have. You can call anything, right?
Yeah.
It could have been phases of the moon.
It doesn't really matter.
Of the stars.
It doesn't really.
Yeah.
It's a nitpick, really. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but
I understand. Coming from. I like it. I mean, it kind of fits thematically for the idea. For me, I was just kind of looking at it like, well, technically, if you wanted to, I was worried when I was first reading about the seasons. Like, wait, is this going to be tracking the season of the actual game? Like, is there going to be winter in Night Harbor, and then you would just be stuck being a DPS druid?
Yeah, the druids only come out in winter.
Shit.
That would be kind of crazy. Hey, where are all the druids? I need to teleport. Oh, they only come out in winter, dude.
Yeah, that's only a winter ability. We can't do that. It would be cool to have a subset of like different like druids for like in the future where like let's say you could be an archdruid or something. There would be like one tree of spells for like being a shapeshifter. So you could be the animal guy, like Circle of the Moon druid kind of in D&D. And then like this would be one where it's like a seasons druid, and then you could do one that would be like a moon druid or something like that where it'd be like moon and sun kind of like, the phases and cycles and shit for for that sort of stuff.
I think
Like,
that would
that'd
be
pretty wild.
that would be cool, and that would make more sense to call stuff seasons now. And then we can change the stance stuff. We like I don't know attunement or like I don't know something more elemental based or I don't know because yeah. But again, doesn't really matter.
I'd say, I mean, this is just phase 1. Things will continue to roll, you know. We'll see.
About it. I'm just being I've got my thinking cap on and like you know what makes sense. Like, this is the time to suggest feedback.
Oh, for sure. For sure. What if it's meal based for halfling druids?
It's you just end up with a bunch of halflings running around called variations of Popeye. It's like a really buff halfling fighter called Popeye, and he's just like punching shit. What we do need though, we need a halfling only faction. They're pirates, like little halfling pirates that they're out in the shoals or something. They've got a little rowboat or something, and they're like, we're gonna take over all this. Or they've got
it's
like
an escort quest, and you have to keep them alive.
yeah.
It's you have to. We're gonna go take over the thing, and then it's just like you have to escort these super weak NPCs to like the pirate captain's den, and then defeat the pirate captain.
Yeah, and they're like yeah, we can't swim, by the way. You gotta give us your yams or walk the plank, yar. That actually that'd be really funny if they don't hunt for gold, they hunt for like vegetables. You like you go on this long quest, and there's like a big chest. They're always standing by and like talking about how great their loot is and stuff. And then by the end of the quest, like, all right, you've proven your worth. We'll share some of our bountiful booty with you, and then open the chest, and it's just a pile of like potatoes and celery and shit. And you're like, what the fuck?
You get a soup spoon as like a specialty item.
They hunt for gold to get vegetables. A noble cause. It sounds like something the brownies from Willow would do. Big long quest, reward vegetables. Get offended when you aren't happy for the vegetables.
All right. Let's continue here. All right, that one's good. Pick it. Yeah, this. I think this is one of the ones I. Those. You got your monk to level 14 with 2 pieces of Wormsbane armor and a level 7 Necro during the opening week. It is a real treat to spend nearly 10 hours in every nook and cranny in Night Harbor City. Hell yeah. I'm glad it was fun, man.
Congrats on the Wormsbane stuff. That's hard to find. Okay. Just turn everything back on and see.
Also, what makes me wonder, just kind of circling back around to the Druid too, is can you go backwards in the cycle? Or is it only a forward?
Well, that was my assumption. That's why I was asking, like, if you have a button that jumps you to the season you want to be in, that essentially is going backwards, right? That's
well,
why
it can. Yeah.
that's what I'm getting hung up on with the name, because if you have a button that just kicks you into the season you want to be in, that could bypass a bunch of stuff. It makes you send you go backwards or whatever. Which is why I was like, well, why don't we just call it something else so that that's not kind of it's a little strange.
It would be the same thing if you were choosing anything that had a cycle, you know. Same thing with like the moon or something, right? Like if you were gonna do it like waxing, waning, all that sort of stuff, right? Like you'd be going backwards, right?
It doesn't have to be
the same thing.
It doesn't have to be something that is like astrology based or whatever that goes in a cycle like that. It could just be elements or something like.
Yeah, I understand what you're getting at. I still feel like this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
And again, like I'm just wondering if I casted only, like, let's say I fall into, like, I'm in winter, I'm doing a bunch of damage. I'm like, oh shit, I got a bomb heals. I just got a bomb heals, like 10 heals on everybody. Everybody's getting wrecked, and I push myself into spring, right? Which gets my mana regen up and stuff, and I'm getting bonuses to heals and all that sort of shit, right? Like everybody's in danger, right? And then I can push myself into summer or whatever. If I start casting damage spells again, do I go back to spring? Or does that just do nothing, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of thing where I need to try it out and kind of see how it actually operates.
But I mean, I love the idea of going through and around the stuff. I just would like to know. The only thing I'm interested in that really has my question, because I don't mind if I skip a season, right? There's times in the year when all of a sudden it goes from, I guess maybe this only happens in Austin, but it literally goes from like winter to summer, and you're like, spring was like what, a day? You know? it's 97 now, and it's like hot as shit. It was just 32 degrees yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, California only has like 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So it's like summer and then
Slightly off summer.
Yeah. Summer hardcore and then just rest of the year. You take a pit stop in like March for like a week of rain, and then
Yeah, Texas is hot and more hot. Yeah. Well, until it gets to be, and the crazy part is it doesn't start getting cold here until like February. You know, like it's not even cold here in January, but then February hits and it gets frigid. We've got like a solid month of like, oh, it could be 32 for a week. Yeah. Oh, that's wrong percent. Oh god, what have I done? Ideally, when you use more of the type of spell chain casting, you get more efficient and focused. When you go for another school of magic, you should suffer inefficient more the mana costs the longer you go to cast. I could see that, but switching from cold to fire. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see that, but again, I kind of want to see how the system's going to work before I'd really comment on anything like that. You know,
yeah, I mean, you could do it. You could do it where you're it's like proficiency in like the 3 elements or 3
spell types and stuff.
Yeah, like you like make it sort of like a debuff that you overcome. Because like right now it's like a buff that you gain. I don't know. I don't know if calling it a debuff that you overcome would be popular though. I mean, mechanically, it's kind of the same.
What you would do is you would call it a modifier, and
yeah,
and then all of a sudden, negative connotation goes out the window, right? It really comes down to what you call stuff a lot of times.
Yeah, no, I was remembering that the whole XP bonus thing from WoW, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. Does, but it doesn't. It doesn't.
Again, I think they're positive changes over what did exist, personally. The only one I could see people really complaining about is the archer. Like, more so than, like, any stuff on the druid.
I didn't look at that one terribly closely.
I just, again, for me personally, being a person that loves to shoot bow, it doesn't, love to see some additional adjustments, hopefully, for that. It feels, and again, to me, like, I always envisioned the archer, you know, you're Legolas. I don't remember Legolas crafting, like, a whole bunch of different stuff, you know? Like, he was just very proficient with bow stuff. So I wish the focus would be a little bit more on that, but, you know, we'll see how it shakes out.
You just want to ride down some stairs on a shield.
You're 100% right. I mean, I like some of this, like some of the ideas, because they couldn't do the shoot and move stuff, or it didn't feel very good. I do like the ability that'll basically fire a volley of 4 and allow you to move while that's being, you know, channeled. I think that's pretty cool. That'll look really neat. But yeah, I didn't see the archer as like a gadget guy, right?
Kind of sounds like they're doing the green arrow stuff. Right?
Yeah.
You got a bunch of arrow types for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we'll
That's
get really nice abs out of it at least.
Dude, are we going to be able to salmon ladder? Is that going to be his, like...
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
It's going to be his, like,
That's
his idol. He pulls out a salmon ladder and just starts climbing the bar.
We need to build one of those and put in the Archer Guild in the background, just like, and say nothing.
Yeah. That's like a challenge for the player. It's like a mini game. They have to unlock certain stuff. Yeah, they have to go up the salmon ladder where it's like a little like button matching like timed thing. Excuse me. Salmon is a ranger domain. think the fun thing is about all these changes, though, is now we get to test. Get to do all the testing and see how it shakes out. And then we can make adjustments based on that feedback, you know?
Yeah.
I am still big sad. No bear form for Druid though. I was hoping Druid would get bear forms. You get more.
Well,
more
they still have wolf
stuff.
form. I was glad that it stuck around.
Yes. But I was hoping it would be like we would get the wolf, coyote, and bear. I thought would be kind of cool.
I think if they get bear, I would want them to get a third animal. Like a bird. That'd be cool.
I mean, the thing about birds is they can fly upward and stuff. And, like, anything with flight always has a little bit too much, like... Again, that's why I like the wolf one, because it's kind of like rogue-esque, right? You pack tactics, that sort of stuff. You have the coyote for, like, running speed and stuff, and then you'd have bear for kind of, like, emergency tank kind of shit, you know? And that kind of gives you the best of, like, the three worlds there, you know?
That's more WoW's type archetype of them, which is why I'm fine with them just having wolf, because I don't think they need all of them. But this is kind of goes into what we were talking about earlier, about like everyone has like their own fantasy foundation. Mm-hmm. So you know what, like how you perceive a class depends kind of on what your foundation is, because like like using the paladin, that was the example earlier, like paladin is kind of slightly different depending on if you were like a World of Warcraft or Diablo type guy like growing up, or EverQuest, or Dungeons and Dragons, or whatever, you know. So okay, shield is looking pretty solid. I think the only bit that's the rim piece here is kind of dull, but we could say that it's a different type of metal, more iron or something, I guess. Or I could try and pump up the highlights.
Pump up the highlights a little bit more, you know, just get some more nice edges and stuff in there. Yeah, I think that'd be nice. Yeah, my suggestion too, if you want like a better circle, you know, if you feel like, hey, my circle's looking a little wobbly, it's not like perfect, or, you know, I'd like to get a little bit more sharp. A lot of times what I do is I'll do the symmetry, I'll pull up symmetry, and then do a pick, and then you can kind of pick in the center of the shield, you know? So if you put on wireframe, hit your symmetry key, and then, which is typically S, I think, for the thing, you can do this pick space, pick, and then you would pick in the dead center of the shield, and then you could mirror on like X and Y, and then you can do like the circle edges and get it really nice. So that way it's the same on. So you just pick up dead in the center. And now you can do it where if you do your circle right edge, now you can get the circle edge almost perfect, where you only have to really paint a quarter of it.
A good idea.
And then you don't have to like fight and try to get it like, oh, I think it looks round. You're like, oh, it looks like a little weird, you know. And
does it look weird?
You kind of just, yeah, I can see there's a little wobbles in there in some spots that aren't, they're not symmetrical.
Are you talking about?
It's damn close.
Are you talking about the rim or the centerpiece?
Both.
Okay. Well, I guess I need to take a second look.
Yeah, I can, like the upper left on the out exterior rim is a little bit different. It wobbles in it like it pushed down at an angle, and then the same thing for the other bit. Like that upper left section is a little bit awful to a degree. I mean, it's not terribly off, but it's noticeable. Unless that's the desired effect and disregard, right?
Trying to make it warbly.
It's just something I noticed, so I figured I'd offer like a little bit of a solution there.
Yeah.
Because then what that'll do is it'll make it perfect on the entirety of the shield, right? So it'll be perfect. So you can see that there's like a little bit of difference between the bottom and the top, right?
Yeah.
But that'll get it perfect. And that's cool, you know? But you can do that with a lot of stuff, like on the weapons and such. I do that with like being able to mirror on any of the weapons whenever I needed it, which is always really nice. That little like pick mirror location kind of stuff works really, really nice. It works good for like the swords and stuff too, and like spears and whatever. Yeah, again, I would just remind you, make sure you're doing like the edges for the most part only, and then yeah, turn off the mirror and stuff when you get like the sharp edge, and then you can kind of just clean everything up for that. Because remember, it's going to be painting on like a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah.
That's already feeling a lot more symmetrical. Yeah, buddy, that feels tons better.
Cool. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah, dude. Like I said, it was close. Like, but it was noticeable.
Thanks for saying something. I don't know. I guess I didn't see it. So.
No, it's okay. Like I said, it's just a neat little trick that I learned, and I'm like, oh, this will behoove you. Yeah, and then you can do the inner ones too. And again, I would just use the dark of the metal, and then just do like the exterior circle, and then clean it up after that, right? Or it'll work real good.
Just gonna reset this a little bit, and then I'll go back and do the highlights again without the mirror on, just so I can make sure that the whole thing is more consistent.
I'm interested to see who's. Oh, damn it! I keep forgetting to turn off Steady Stroke. I'm interested to see what classes are getting worked on next. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. I wonder. I forget which. I didn't internalize which ones were getting a lot of work done and which ones were not getting a lot of work done, and wondering if they're going in order of like most work or less work first.
It's a good question. That's a question I don't exactly have the answer to. It doesn't feel like they're doing most work first. I think it's kind of.
So I don't think Druid was a big one.
No, and I don't really think Archer was either. Yeah. And I think like some of the larger ones is stuff like Shadow Knight, and because they're getting their pets. Well, maybe they're not going to be that different. I don't know. I'm interested. I mean, the biggest one was Wizard, because that required an entire new system, right, to get put in.
Yeah.
With like the spell weaving stuff. It's not like the changes are mega gigantic either for a lot of this. It's like, maybe one big system here or there, and then like, oh, this stays the same. All these abilities are the same, right? Like, there's a big set of spells, and I'm like, okay, we'll take out like 10 spells. Yeah.
Damn it. Painting on the wrong layer.
Send it into Photoshop.
I mean, I think Ranger is a big one, right? Ranger and Shadow Knight are probably big ones because there's like the Rangers getting their whole thing reworked. And Shadow Knight, it sounds like they're gonna get a whole system. I imagine that they would need a system for the whole monster skill thing as well. So, can't think of anything else.
Why is that?
Shadow Knight is one I'm really watching close. I hope it works out. I'm not a huge Shadow Knight player, but I like them, and I like the Death Knight take. So we're kind of changing it from that, and so I just hope that like the other take is good too. You know.
I mean, again, it's one of those things where I don't think, while the feel might be a little bit different, I still think there's still that dark, brooding anti-hero kind of character, so I don't think it's gonna be too crazy of a lift difference. They're just getting rid of this hyper necrotic kind of feel for them, right? But I would say it doesn't mean that they can't be, like, disease-oriented or anything like that either, you know, or something along those lines. I mean, again, I have no idea, but...
Wait and see.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, I will say the Vanguard Dread Knight was more of like a... You know, it was a different vibe than like the EQ Shadow Knight. It didn't have a pet.
Mm-hmm.
It was more like they did have life taps, and like they had a lot of Shadow Knighty things like stealing strength and life taps, and I don't think they had feign death. They didn't have pets. They were still a plate wearing tank, obviously, but I don't know. It was like it felt different. They had fear even, but I don't know. I think it didn't feel the same to me, and I don't know. I like the Paladin much better in Vanguard. I think the Paladin was also quite different from the the Paladin difference from EverQuest to Vanguard. That was a good improvement. That was really cool. The Vanguard Paladin was great. I loved it.
Yeah.
And I did, you know, but the EverQuest Paladin was so, it felt so devoid of anything. It was so empty.
Right.
So, because it wasn't, it wasn't like there was much to lose. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I get you. Sure. So yeah, we'd just be yapping. Don't worry.
I love that both of you are on chatting. Cool to hear. Yeah. We'll just be yapping. Yappa dappa doo.
Like I said, I think there's going to be something to, you know, there are going to be more, you know, darkness, shadow, you know, like there's a lot you can play. There's a lot of, like, I think runway for them to kind of mess with some real fun stuff. So I'll be interested. I'd love there to be stuff like blood oaths and, like, you know, you're drawing essence out of targets and stuff, and I made a fair few set of like dark packs and that sort of thing for him, and I think that would be
but that what my interpretation of the document about them is that stuff isn't really part of their deal anymore. And maybe I'm just reading it wrong, or I didn't read it thoroughly enough, but like my takeaway was like The Witcher, Monster Hunter stuff. So it's like, it sounds more like martial and then like very low level magic type stuff. And I guess you learn abilities from monsters, which maybe you'd learn how to do curses or some just more low level shit. So I don't know. Like, I don't know what it really means.
See,
but
that's not how I guess I read it completely different from what you did. You know, like my interpretation is like they still keep 90% of what they have. They just can't resurrect or do necrotic shit. You know. So
yeah, I mean, if that's
like
if
curses, blood stuff, all that sort of deal. Like that's kind of
Yeah, I think the
felt like
blood magic, because my interpretation was the loss of a lot of blood magic stuff, and I feel like that's kind of some of the stuff that makes them feel very Shadow Knighty. So if it's just they can't like bring back the dead, like they can't have a pet, they don't do like that more advanced level, like they were too busy on the football field to learn how to cast like that spell at Necro College or something.
well, that's the whole thing. They don't. I mean, I think the way I've always envisioned it, especially like necromancy, is it requires just so much energy and power, and like to return something back to life that like even just to animate it like requires so much capability that just wouldn't be something that a Shadow Knight would.
Yeah,
but they're. Oh, go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just agreeing with you. Yeah, like Shadow Knight pet generally isn't like that desirable for that role anyway. It's more of like a stat, like a visual or like a fashion quest kind of thing that I'm just used to. But in terms of mechanics, they're not that great. And thematically, it does make sense that the jock guy at Necro College would have skipped out on some of the more advanced classes and stuff, so he couldn't do all that stuff. So totally makes sense. I think there's just my interpretation from the write-up was that it was a lot less magic in general. But if it's like there's still a lot of blood and disease magic, I think that would be fine. I think I feel better about that.
Again, if they're going to be continuing to have that soul siphon, like blood, like you hit a dude, you draw energy from the target kind of stuff, like that we should go hard in, right? That's like their whole kind of identity at that point. And I think that if if I were going to design it, that's what I'd go. Remove the necromancer bullshit, go more into the blood oath stuff, and I think that'd be way cooler, right? Especially if you're killing targets and drawing abilities and essences and learning shit from that sort of stuff, I think, and you're fighting monsters and all that sort of deal, right? Like, I think that's where you would kind of push things, because if you're going to do the Witcher always, like, took potions and all that sort of stuff to make them, like, have crazy abilities, like, being able to see invisibility and stuff, or whatever was in the Witcher, right?
Yeah, okay, and, so that's another thing. I'm not familiar with the Witcher in detail, so maybe I have just a warped idea of what that even means. So
yeah, and so like because but if you switch that up and you just make it like, oh, they're doing like grave pacts and dark pacts and they're doing blood magic and stuff to make them stronger, and give them different abilities and strengths, and like that's kind of their deal, right? So
yeah, I
could see you easily transitioning that into, Shadow Knight, and it would be a pretty interesting class. Especially if I'd easily give up a silly skeleton pet for some really cool, like, combat abilities and stuff, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that sounds like it. That sounds more optimistic than my previous view. So, yeah, the Dread Knight and Vanguard had some cool abilities. This one might have been too powerful actually, but it was cool. It was like a blood scythe, or like it was basically a life tap, a melee attack, but it was like a frontal cone. So you would hit everything in front of you, and you would draw life from everything that you hit. So, and it was like from each one you'd get an amount, so it would compound. So you could basically completely heal yourself if you had like a ton of dudes in front of you. And I remember seeing this Dread Knight soloing like multiple fire giants with that one ability. He was just running he was backpedaling in a circle and just
swiping.
Yeah. And I was like, God damn. that ability seems a little, I don't know, but I guess, yeah. Anyway, I thought it was cool.
But yeah, it'd be interesting to do something where you would like blood pact a target, and then every time they would attack, you would, you would get something, right? Or you could do something where it would drain your health or whatever. So, and then give you a bonus. But then you have your soul siphon, and then every time you strike them, so every time they're striking you, something's happening. And every time you strike them, you're kind of counterbalancing, right? With the drawing their, and doing stuff like that where there's this push and play based off of what your target's doing and what you're doing, I think would be a really fun little play back and forth. And then you could cast something like a Grave Pact, and then Grave Pact would mean when the target dies, it would give you X benefit, and so you could kind of mess with some of that sort of stuff, Again, I'm just spitting it, weird ideas, but having that sort of like blood magic and sort of like focus on your quarry versus you versus like the counterbalancing abilities that you have would be kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Or that like when they would die, they would give you some mana back because you've made a Grave Pact, and thus like lets you be able to keep casting spells and stuff.
What I'm curious
it wouldn't
about
even be on if you killed them, but it would be if they just died. You get here's mana.
I'm curious if they're gonna lose Feign Death or not. If that qualifies as
I think it's not gonna be called Feign Death, and it's not gonna exactly work like Feign Death, but it'll be something a little bit different. My suggestion was doing like I had two options, and one was like a shadow form where you would like slink into the shadows and you'd become a shadow entity almost, and the targets would basically just they would just immediately return to their post instead of like running to where you were or whatever. And then the other option is that you would frighten the other parts of the pull so badly that they would just kind of hang out for a little bit before they would come. So you could be like pull individually, but that makes their pulls a little bit better than a monk. So that probably won't be it. But it'll probably be a flavor of Feign Death, just not you flop over on the ground and
Yeah, it's not very knightly, I suppose. We're talking about Shadow Knight Mulgar.
Yeah. So it'll be probably more like you enter a shadow form kind of deal, and then like the targets will just return to their positioning, right?
It'd be like what Feign Death is at the end of the day is like a mem wipe or an aggro reset. So as long as the functionality is there, we could flavor it differently. Like so, it could be like.
I believe when I was talking to some people, they're like, yeah, we want to still keep Feign Death, and then they're like, yeah, we just want to flavor it differently. Is basically what it is. It'll work pretty much the same way.
Yeah, like a frighten that like. Although. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I think that's a key component to their kit, though. That I would be bummed if
really are Shadow Knights supposed to be good pullers though? Like, are they supposed to be able to pull shit?
You would still.
Like, I just find that Feign Death feels to me like that's like one of the like premier pulling abilities. And,
well,
like,
so the difference.
Why would a knight class need that?
Well, the difference between Shadow Knight and Monk, Feign Death is it. And I'm pulling from EverQuest with this analogy. The Monk one is a skill that you skill up, and there's no. It's instant. It costs no mana. And it refreshes quicker, and you can kind of spam it, and no mana cost is a big deal, and instant and all that stuff.
Sure.
And I think because it's skill based as well, I think it's also probably higher chance of success. Shadow Knight, it's got a cast time, it costs mana, you can't.
So it does have more drawbacks in that regard as well.
Yeah.
I think having that shadow form then would kind of work with that then, kind of hearing about how it works, because then you'd be casting that form, kind of thematically makes more sense, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, I mean, you know the history of EQ way better than I ever will, so, you know, on like abilities and that sort of stuff. So I was just more interested to hear more about it, because, again, the only time I really got to play EverQuest was at friends' houses and stuff, you know, so I didn't get to, like, put in the 48-hour sessions and stuff when you'd play, right? Like, I'd be over at a friend's house for, you know, a couple
Yeah,
hours.
I mean the Shadow Knight one is it's nice to have if you don't have other means, but if you have other means, other
It'll probably be
pullers,
better.
it's always better to have a puller and your tank not being the puller.
Mhm.
Because
Makes sense.
if she like, because you want someone kind of back there like ready to protect the squishies, or if something goes wrong, you don't want your tank to be the one that's out. Like if the pull if a pull goes wrong and your puller dies, then and you don't want your tank to be the guy who's dead, and then now you've got no tank and no puller, and so if anything does pop in the room you're in or anywhere in the vicinity, you kind of have to stop everything you're doing to go get your tank.
Yeah.
Whereas if the puller dies, who you know, it's just a ranger or a monk. Fuck them. But I mean, like a monk could even, especially if it's a monk, they could probably get back there, or you know, you could send your tank out or whoever to pull the body back and then res them or something, depending on
Yeah.
cases. But
Get you.
it's just, you know, also it's as like
it was just one of those things where it's like, were Shadow Knights a puller in EQ? Was that like a primary job of theirs? Was it important? You know, but it sounds like it was kind of more like an off puller if you needed in a pinch, right? They're available.
in a group scenario, it's a utility function. They could function as a puller.
Right.
Honestly, you'd probably just more likely just have them pull stuff and then like use other means and just like take a group of mobs rather than trying to split pull it.
Right.
So it's more of like a nice utility, like kind of a get out of jail free card for them as their thing.
Sure.
So, but yeah, I wouldn't say they were that one thing made them like that elevated them to puller status, because especially in raid scenarios, it's all monks. It's teams of monks, because they'd all go out there and then they would kind of chain pull, like
the one guy and pull one dude out of the zone. Yeah, it'd be the one that was furthest away, and
like you'd have one dude like do the initial pull, and then he'd pull it like the pack out a little bit, and then he'd flop, and then you'd have the next guy like pull from that pack that's kind of like spread out, and then you'd get
just a little bit further and further and further.
Yeah, you'd whittle it down to a singular dude. So it's kind of cool. I really like the art of pulling. I think when it gets to that level, it's really cool. It's like it's a whole role and art form in and of itself that I think is really cool.
Fred. Yeah. Well, like I said, I think Shadow Knight's going to keep. It won't be Feign Death, but it'll be an iteration that similar to it, right? That's all I know for certain is that ability is going to stay. But
yeah.
But again, I think it's going to be a lot more themed towards, you know, your combat, the monsters you're fighting, you know, getting advantages over stuff with punching them in the face. So, which is kind of how they already function. So I don't see them like radically changing. You know, I think they're going to get a couple more thematic things. They're going to have a few things removed and replaced with more thematic stuff, and then we'll go from there, you know. So that's why I don't think it's going to be a gigantic overhaul. Like you said, the biggest part is going to be how do they do the gaining power stuff from killed enemies kind of deal.
Yeah, Vanguard did a take on that too. That was maybe that we could look at that as to generate ideas. It was kind of cool, but I'm sure we'll do it differently anyway. Yeah. Hey, Emmy, how's it going? Welcome in. Wasabi says, do you know if Eminem will have group loot? Probably not. If you're referring to any kind of in-game function that like pops up on screen to distribute loot. It's kind of one of those things that we don't want to do intentionally to force you guys to talk to people. So.
Yep. You're not playing a button clicker. Well, I mean, technically you are, but not when it comes to socializing.
You got to talk to people. You got to be.
Yeah.
That's yeah. That's an intentional design thing. I haven't heard it being planned. Yeah.
See, my thought, another take that I had for like Shadow Knight Feign Death would be you would still pull targets, but you would blind them. So you would pull whatever the target was, and then anything next to that target would just be blinded for a certain amount of time. So it couldn't technically move or do anything, you know? But don't know. Again, that was just like a rando take that I had in my brain.
Brother, what's going on here?
But again, that might be too strong. So I think the idea of just having like a shadow form that you shift into probably be a best way to do it thematically.
It would have to be kind of like if you wanted it to function the same way as Feign Death, it would have to root you in place. You basically become like a
you would just become a shadowed form, and then nothing would, like, they just don't see you anymore, right?
Yeah, you can't move, you can't do any abilities, otherwise it knocks you out. Kind of like, well, I guess Frodo could move around and shit, but
well, that would be another way you could do it. Is like you could still make it so you go into a shadow form, and then you could slink around, have them make your ability to be able to still slink around. You know, you being able to move is fine.
Well, then it would be more powerful than Feign, don't you think?
Oh, true. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so you just stand there in a shadowed form, you know.
Yeah. I think, yeah, maybe you like. I was thinking maybe you just I don't know, channel something that like frightens them so badly that they'll just forget who you are. You know, just wipes them, sends them back to their spawn point. But you have to sit there and like do it for a while.
Yeah.
Pull down your pants or something. Like,
Oh God.
You can't run away when your pants are around your ankles. So obviously you gotta.
Oh yeah, exactly. You're stuck in place.
Yeah. I think I don't know. This is starting to sound like a winning idea here. Hey, Gabnet. Thanks for the follow.
We're talking about Shadow Knight and how to do a Feign Death that's more thematically based towards Shadow Knight instead of a knight just flopping around on the ground like a fish.
I'm painting in 3D Coat right now, doing some texture work.
Oh yeah.
I request teeny lizard people so I can roleplay as a kobold. Oh, well, we will work on lizard people, but they won't be teeny. We will have kobolds in the game eventually, but they won't be playable. So maybe you make a lizard guy and then you shrink yourself.
more than likely lizard people will be able to be shaman.
Yeah, I think so. But I mean, enchanter has shrink as well, unless that gets changed.
Well, and they are water dancers, so, you know, that would make sense too, that they would be in tune with the elements. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Because
shaman.
that could be too, like, maybe they're not that strong at, like, doing all the elements, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Roleplay lizard folk as 3 kobolds in a trench coat. You could try that, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope lizard folk get the regen while sitting on a rock in the sun. I kind of expect them to have access to regeneration because well, it's in there. I mean, unless the whole thing gets kind of moved around, but we did have regeneration as a trait, and you know, it's pretty much a troll thing. But historically, you know, lizard dudes get it as well, so I'm kind of expecting that as a thing. But I guess that's separate from like the racial. There's like racial traits as well. Like the way we do like traits and racials and stuff is like different. And there's you get more choice and you get more options. It seems like. So.
I think they should get escape, and then you drop your tail off of the model, and it's like a quasi feign death where the mob is just so distracted for a moment that you can get away.
You know, in Vanguard, the halflings, their racial was like protection of the veil or something, and it was essentially an aggro reducer. All the halflings got that. However, halfling warriors, they don't need an aggro drop, so they actually got a different version of that, which was like basically the reverse of that. It would generate hate for them. So I thought it was cool that they took a racial and they modified it for a particular class. So that would be interesting to do, like your tail, like the lizards have a thing where their tail falls off and they can run away. But if you're like a fighter lizard, you take your tail off and you slap them across the face with it.
You whap them with it is what you do.
Yeah. The hate generator instead of a... intimidation. All right, so these are more round now, I hope, after all this. I need to do this one too.
Oh yeah, that looks way better.
Maybe I just get rid of all this because I don't... Just need this to have the rivets on it. I don't need this to have like circular bits. Crap. Okay, so now I just need to clean up the lighting of all that.
Mm-hmm.
In reality, you are still a lizard folk, but you have multiple personality disorder. Yeah, we could just give the racial trait for the lizard folk is just they have depression. Let's get really real. Oh my god.
Damn, dude. They slow all enemies' attacks around them because they just feel so bad.
Yeah, you just take less damage because they start pulling their punches because they're like, oh man.
Yeah, they're just like, oh, dude, this guy's having a rough go. It's like a Marvin from Hitchhiker's Guide, right? Like,
It ain't easy being green. Holy crap. Words. What's up, Primus? Were you streaming today? I think you were earlier, weren't you?
a big prime. Ooh, playing some Camelot? Hell yeah.
There too. Did I just erase some stuff? Holy shit, what did I just do?
Did you do? Good.
I think I did. Yeah, I accidentally erased instead of painted. What a little bitch.
Whoopsies. You wanted to hit Control Z a lot. There isn't like a undo cap limit.
I think we're good. I think. Yeah, we're fine.
Cool. Mm-hmm. Jeez.
Lizard folk racial should be corpse eater. I don't know if that's it. That doesn't fit the vibe we're going for with them.
That would be more of the frickin' trolls, I would say.
Yeah. Maybe that's how they regenerate.
Yeah, dude.
I think the lizard regeneration would probably be more photosynthesis.
Synthesis? Synthesis? You know, that one.
Yeah. they be photosimping.
Photosynthesis?
You know, that sun is sure is a hottie, so I don't blame him.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, that was a good one. You guys should write that down. Got here and I already want to leave. Well, I have no reply to that.
Well, if you tough it out, I'm sure there will be better jokes in the future.
Not likely.
Well, he doesn't know that. Oh, I forgot to put in the frickin' website where you can watch both of us at the same time. Damn it.
What tier is the gear for? This is pretty low tier stuff. I mean,
Basic.
yeah. I think, to be honest, a lot of the stuff that we have so far is all pretty general use. We haven't made any like epic shit yet.
Not even close. I like the idea of shifting into the shadows for Shadow Knight and magically phase into another plane. Frozen in a void, leaving only a shimmer behind. Yeah, that'd be sick, right? And like, if you needed to know where they were, it would just be like a little shimmery like outline of their character or whatever. Just so you know where they like had pulled to. Did I? 3, 5? Oh, you're asymmetrical. Oh. Well, would you look at that?
Would you just look at it?
Yeah. I did also have like an ultimate ability for the Shadow Knight would be like actually having a shadow form. I got a couple of different ideas where it's like you could have it so that you could create a shadow like duplicate and it would mirror all of your attacks and stuff like during a fight and then would vanish after a certain amount of time. So you just basically make like a shadow clone of yourself And then I also had one where you could actually have like a shadow form, much like The Witcher. Whenever he takes his potions and stuff, like he gets different like visages of eyes and stuff. I just figured, well, what's a way for us to do that? Oh, the Shadow Knight wraps himself in a the cloak of darkness and basically just becomes like a shadow creature, swinging swords and just going ape on stuff, right?
Wonder, I don't know if this has been touched on, but if the Witcher uses a lot of potions and stuff, and we have our archer now doing a lot of like tinkering type things, I wonder if the Shadow Knight would then do some stuff like that, or it would just be like they would essentially do that kind of stuff, but with just spells.
I think the one thing, and that's one of the reasons why I'm not a huge fan of the tinkering stuff on the archer, just personally. Like, I wish it was just like more you would get different arrowheads for stuff, and that would just be something you would buy. But all the other gadgety stuff is kind of like not really like. I was more interested if you could use like broadheads or piercing arrows or all that sort of stuff, crescent arrows, and that sort of deal. And that would be the extent of your tinkering, would be to make different arrowhead types and such to empower your arrows with those sorts of things. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want like I don't think we should go whole hog with the Witcher stuff either. If that's where we're kind of pulling some of the thematics from, that's fine, right? Like, Witchers are a monster that was created to fight monsters, right? And that's kind of the theme for them. So, but I don't think that they should be like, oh yes, watch, they make potions and stuff. I mean, if you want to be the Witcher, then become an alchemist with the Shadow Knight, right? And then technically you have like the similar kind of theme, but I don't think that should get baked into the. At least that would be a little bit of a failure, in my opinion, if you're going to push it in that direction.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think we should either, but I'm just thinking out loud.
It's a interesting thought.
Shadow Knight will use Lincoln logs. For what? Hang on, I gotta root you. Just give me a sec to assemble this set. I got it still in the wrapper. I need to hang on. Hey, do you have like a do you have
are like pets? True. I am glad that they removed it, though. That's something that really bothered me.
the pet?
Druids would never, ever be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna seduce this pet to like join my fight and cause, and then send them into battle and die.
Why has he got to seduce the bear? What the hell, man? Why can't he just rescue him?
Make it a buddy.
Maybe he rescued him from something, and he's like,
yeah,
hey.
And then he's like, go fight this monster and die. It's like, I don't see druids really doing that. Go run towards this dragon and murder yourself for me.
Maybe he's
Shadow
just
Knights get bionicles? Yeah. That is the superior crafting toy.
Was it connect a set? There's like the ones where it connects where it's like metal pieces that you screwed together and shit.
Oh yeah, no, those are like I think they're called erector sets.
Those were cool.
Those are ones that if you stepped on, you do a lot of damage. It wasn't just like sharp Lego edges. It was more than that.
It's more than emotional damage.
Yeah. Forgive me, I'm not allowed out of the basement often. Sure.
So what triggered the change in class design direction? Any idea? I think the goal was always to do kind of some specific things. So that's what it sounded like anyway. Like I remember the whole Witcher thing being part of the direction with them. So it's just a matter of kind of putting in the legwork to get them to where they were trying to get to, I guess.
Yeah, I think it was like initial design decisions were kind of like coming around, and they're like, you know what, we really want to go the way that we wanted to go with them. So they're kind of like, hey, let's get this train back on track. You know, sometimes that happens in games where you get a little bit like going down a rabbit hole in a certain direction, and all of a sudden you're like, wait, we gotta course correct here a little bit. So that was kind of part of it. I think that also stemmed a little bit from, you know, again, being a team of volunteers, right? There's a little bit of like loosey-goosey design documentation for stuff, and then all of a sudden, like, people are like, oh, I'm just going to add this and this. And it's like, well, we don't have any design documents going, no, that doesn't really thematically fit with what we wanted to do, that sort of thing. And all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is way the wrong direction, you know? So I think it's just a course correction. Well, and again, I think Monsters Memories is trying to be its own game too, right? So I think there's like a little bit of a returning back to, hey, let's kind of chart our own path here. Yeah, let's give our own unique flair kind of thing. Exactly. It's an opportunity for us to really like do our own thing. And that was kind of the other thing too. I think at a certain point, we were kind of like looking at the class stuff, going, "Hey, wait, why do these two classes basically act exactly the same?" Right? It's like, because they share multiple spells. They have like a lot of overlap, and it's like, if we're going to be going into early access and we're trying to give people biggest bang for buck, it might be good to kind of, give a lot of these classes a little bit of more of their own personal identity instead of being like, this is just an off fighter, And I think that, the team kind of felt this was the opportunity to jump in and make those adjustments and changes, before we started asking people for money. Because otherwise, it's kind of just it did like if you played a shaman and you played like a druid, it felt like almost the same class. Like it did not feel unique enough to really justify even existing. So I think now with like the whole season balance thing and kind of like jumping back and forth between that sort of stuff, that like maintaining balance of things is going to be really neat. I think that's going to really suit the class itself and feel. Like compared to what I think the shaman's going to end up being, which I think thematically it's going to be a little bit more witch doctory, like an actual witch kind of thing, where the stirring the cauldron and snickering and all that sort of stuff. I think it's going to be a little bit more in direction. I think will be fun with like the spirit stuff and all that sort of jazz. I think will be a really neat little take on that class as well. And I think then they'll feel exceedingly different between, the shaman and the druid, right? Oh, Penny Lover just came out with a new video. I'll check that one out. It's talking about Sao.
Did the druid thing didn't say anything about Sao, did it? Because everyone's like talking about how they need to nuke it, we need to nuke it or something, and I'm like, what?
There was talk of, I mean, the only thing that really, like, Sao is still in there. It was still listed as a druid thing. I think in some of the other patch stuff, it was talking about how there will be adjustments to movement and stuff. Like, mobs will be able to clear Sao and possibly reducing Sao's speed and that sort of stuff. So there's a little bit of that, but...
Too much of an old man EQ guy to... You damn whippersnappers, you don't understand, you don't appreciate the sound. Back in my day.
It was required. I mean, I think, and this is just my hot take, but I feel like for me, I would rather Sao be worse because that just makes mounts better, and I think mounts should be the ultimate goal on the whole. Like,
Well, mounts aren't supposed to be
able to go
travel
faster.
things though. They're
Oh, are they not?
that's
Oh,
why
I
they
thought
have
were.
no. That's why they have inventory. They're like
I could see that for like the pack mules, but not for like horses and shit. Like horses.
Well, why would Sal would be lame if you could get a horse and ride. You know,
faster than Sao.
Yeah, like.
I mean,
So
again,
that like
the fact
horses would make that, you know, not as good. So like.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to run faster than a horse.
I mean, bards will. Bards will run faster than everything.
That's just weird to me, you know? Like, especially for, like, doing travel and stuff. Like, I could see, like, the trade-off you're having with having Sao, even if it's a little bit slower than an actual mount, is, like, you don't have to babysit a horse. But, which is, like, a level of convenience where you're like, oh, I don't have to deal with that. But I still think, like, a mount, to me personally, should be faster than a human running on the ground that has a spell on it, you know?
I've got a lobby for my business. They're coming for my my livelihood, Thulin.
Yeah, on your way home? Heck yeah. Well, we'll still probably be around, so...
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it all shakes out, but
Thank you for the follow, buddy. Appreciate that.
definitely mounts. I don't remember speed comparison in EverQuest to Sao. Might have been.
It's one of those things where, like, I have no, like, connection to this Sao thing like everybody else does, so to me, it's just an ability, and, like, don't have any, like, attachment to it. Like, you could remove it and I wouldn't care. Like, I hate movement stuff. I think it ruins the game and feel, so, like, the fact that it even exists is kind of irksome to me. Because again, like, as it's been stated multiple times, like, it's a requirement that everybody needs to have to even function in the game, and if it's that frickin' good, it's too good, right? And the only way you can really nerf it is by making it slower, you know? Unfortunately.
I mean, I guess if it's a requirement, but I don't know.
Dude, go ask any wizard that is going to quad kite right now if they can do it without Sao, and they can, right? Like, it's a requirement for multiple. Like, it makes the archer go from being like S+ tier to being like B tier, right? Because you have to have it, and if a spell is that good, it's too good, you know.
Suppose.
That's one of the problems that, like, I have with it, is like it's so game changing that it's like it breaks a lot of stuff, you know. And I think, like, again, it's weird to have people that are like, I'm gonna cross the continent and I'm gonna do it on foot by running across the whole damn thing with Sao, and it's like, well, you really should be running on a mount or something, you know. That I find is a little bit strange to me, just personally. Like, you should want to get that horse so you can, like, ride around and get to different places quickly and do all that sort of jazz, right? Like, I guess that's just me.
Like, rent a horse for transportation?
Yeah. Or buy one outright or whatever, right? Like, you know, I would hope that horses and stuff would be kind of like status symbols and whatnot of you being able to, like, ride around and do shit, but it feels bad when it's like the inferior way to travel, when you just got somebody that's like, hey, I'm standing in the middle of town, here's Sao, go run at 60% your speed, right? It's like, that doesn't feel good to me. That feels kind of lame, actually. Because
Well,
like
I will
can still
say
remember.
it's going to be a lot more expensive to open up a mount stall, and I'm going to need some donations to start that, some groundswell
Yeah.
funding, startup funding.
It's just one of those things where in like WoW, like everybody remembers the moment when they save up enough money to get their, and it is like a huge freaking deal because your life goes from like a complete pain in the ass to just being like, oh my god, this is amazing, right?
I don't like mounts
And
in
druids
in
as
WoW.
mounts, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know though. That whole switching of that system, I don't like though. Weirdly, I don't know. I think I mean, we already have mounts in, and
Yeah.
what my perspective on it was that they were not so much as like a replacement for SAO, but more of like a utility for kind of extra storage, status symbol stuff. So I think we'll have to think carefully about how we.
Oh,
You know,
certainly. It's just that's one of the things. That's why everybody's talking about SAO right now, because like there is a general acknowledgement that it needs to get nerfed, right? Not just from us, but like from the community too. Like,
well, I've definitely seen it a lot from the community. I haven't really seen it from the team, so I don't know. I don't know what the deal is.
yeah, the mounts in vanilla WoW were great. It's a huge status symbol. Yeah. I was a druid and used to travel farm with PvP boots and stuff. And yeah, it was close to mount speed, but it never brought me up to a mount. Yeah, no, then that's kind of like, again, I played a shaman, so like I had Ghost Wolf, right? And that was also like a pretty quick like movement thing. But yeah, you would never be as fast as like a horse mount, right?
I don't know.
Again, I think SAO could still be good, right? Like it still can boost your speed and make you run around faster. Just not as good as it is currently, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I could see a world where we like reduce the maximum speed of it or something.
Yeah.
Or just made like we could do nothing else, and then just focus on how the mounts are tuned. Like, because you could make like if they were meant to be a travel thing, then you could do it so that like if they run in a straight line, they kind of gain a stacking speed boost, so they overall go faster.
You're not changing directions or nothing. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, because if they're meant to be, you're meant to travel on it,
Yeah.
like because we already kind of have a thing like the controls of, I don't know if you've ridden one yet or not, but they don't function how WoW ones are, where they're snappy. You have to like you build up speed. There's already a building up of speed for them. They're kind of they sort of lumber. So I could see it if you get them going and it's faster than SAO or that sort of thing. But like it's not good for like because that's the thing about it. I don't think they should be a replacement for SAO. I think they should do a different thing. And if it's travel, then we make it so that it's built to do that, and it's not so
I don't
great
think they
for.
would be a full replacement for SAO, because if you go into a dungeon, you can't take the horse with you. SAO is still a good option. I just don't think SAO should be like, oh, it's better than horses, right? That thing.
Well, I mean, when you reference like World of Warcraft mounts, they're they function. Obviously, only in outdoors because you can't pull them out in a dungeon. But and I guess when you're in combat state, you can't mount one either. But I don't know. I just don't like. There is something about the WoW mounts that I don't like. They felt too. Because
I think it's their whole like watch them jump and bounce and do all kinds of crazy shit, and then you would just make them go away, right? You can just desummon them and resummon them whenever you wanted, and I think
yeah, it's to do with the like how vapid they feel because you can just you don't have to take care of them. You can, you know, yeah, it's none of that, and then you just you just poofs on and you take off, and then you get to the next node.
I can
that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So.
I completely agree with that take, right? Like, that's why I think our horses are actually more interesting. But right now, I feel like, again, Sow is just so good. It's like, why have them, you know? But that's where it's like, even if you made Sow half as good as it is, it's still good. And the idea is like, if you do get a mount, right? Not only does it cost a stupid amount of money, so that's a status symbol, but now you also have to take care of it. And the fact is even if Sow is not as good as a horse, you know what you don't have to do? Take care of Sow, right? So even if you didn't want to get a horse or whatever, it's a less of a burden because you're not taking on that responsibility of keeping your horse alive, you know? So. Yeah, WoW mounts are evolved into flying mounts, and then they're vain and vapid. Yeah, and that's why it's like, I would prefer us only having horses, right? Keep it frickin' grounded, you know? Like, I don't want a bunch of specialty mounts. I want like Westeros style. You get horses, and that's it. You know? Because dragons are too wild to ride, and, you know, all these other creatures won't let you ride on them, but you still have horses, you know? I just want the fantasy of it, right? Like the really simple, grounded fantasy kind of stuff. Mostly for mount shit, right?
Yeah. I think we're
I'm unique in that respect because
we're gonna I mean I kind of straddle the line because I'm okay with like a couple interesting things, but I don't want to go nuts with it either. I mean, we already have like the lizard mount that we're probably gonna make.
Why not rhinos?
So okay, Vanguard, they like every race got like a racial specific mount. And I feel like that was lame because it felt like they were like scrambling. Like the manner in which they did it was not great either, which is probably part of the problem. It felt like they were just kind of scrambling to figure out what they could give to the races. Didn't feel like there was a ton of deep thought in it because like they just took NPCs that existed already and then they just made them turn them into mounts. And then they just kind of like haphazardly assign them to, you know, races. So like halflings, they got like a giant ant. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't want to ride a giant giant ant as a halfling.
Right, yeah. There's a level of fantastical that's like a little bit too far. That would be one of them, right? Like,
yeah.
That's why it's like for me, mounts being just horses. You know what? Doesn't break immersion. Everybody just riding horses. You know, and maybe ogres they ride on a Clydesdale, but it's still a big ass horse, right? And that's it. You know, I would be content with that because, like, to me, like, getting the mount is the cool part, and then just running around on it is great. But I don't need like all this other. Oh, we need to go farm the whatever to get the mechano mount or whatever. F that shit. I hate that stuff. But I want the mechanical horse or bear or whatever. I want the bear mount. So yeah. And this is somebody coming from somebody that like played WoW. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in WoW that just like irks me. You know. I'm like, man, I just hate this shit. That's one of those things.
Yeah.
Sorry. Rando tangent there.
So that's kind of on point. It's fine. While mounts evolved into flying, fast mounts should demand an immense amount of time, resource, and relationship. Yeah, I'm wondering, because it probably wouldn't be a good thing as well if we got to a point where you had like like different mounts for different things. Like you had the donkey for storage, and then if you were traveling, you'd like swap him with the horse, and then maybe there's like some other mount that does something else too.
Sure.
I don't know. Maybe that's.
I could see there being like, if they had purposes for them and like reasons for being, then yes. You know.
Well, that was my argument against it. Is that like, should you just have like one that you kind of bond with, like, and that's your mount. And then you have the horse and you travel with him, and you either load him up with stuff for storage, or you give him like.
Oh, I see what you're. Nah, see, that's kind of. I think I diverge a little bit there. That's where it's like, hey, I need to. You know what? I need to traverse and bring a bunch of really heavy shit with me. I need to get a donkey, right? I need to rent a donkey or buy a donkey. You know.
Well, that
and
line
then
of
I
thinking
need to
is gonna
traverse.
end up with a bunch of crazy mounts, though, because it's like, oh, the
Well, my idea is that
dwarves.
you'd only be able to have one. You'd only be able to purchase one at a time. That's my thought on it. So like if you get that donkey, but then you would get to town or whatever, and then you could sell.
So
it.
you're
So like,
seriously
now I gotta
gonna
travel somewhere.
You're seriously gonna spend all that money on a horse. You're gonna name him. You're gonna feed him, and then you're gonna be like, oh, you know what, Bob, I need a donkey to hold all these fucking swords. You're fired, and then you're just gonna sell Bob. I don't think so,
They're
dude.
just a horse. Horses are just horses.
Wow, dude.
I mean, some people are not gonna want to do that, but to me, they would just be a resource. You know.
But you would just name yours.
And
You
again,
wouldn't even name yours. It would just be a horse. Unbelievable.
It would just be a horse. Yes, that's correct. A mount is just a mount, right? It serves the purpose and the tool that I need for. So yeah, I guess if there are people that really wanted to spend the time and name it and all that, great. And there will be people that'll run around with donkeys only, that have their one donkey's name, sure, or their horse, right? But yeah, I kind of foresee it being more of like especially if you're gonna rent them and stuff, you know. Can you name a rented horse? Is that a thing that can happen?
Well, you can't rent a horse right now, but you can.
Oh, you can't.
No, but you can name your horse. Yeah, I think so. Because it's.
I know you can name them, yes, once you buy them. I was just wondering if you could rent them.
No, but that could be a thing that we. I mean, that's something we should probably do. I feel like. Is this?
Do we have a direction in the character reworks? I made a post in the Inquisitor and M&M gameplay ideas. I would love feedback. Called Inquisitor Refactor Idea.
Yeah, I mean there is a direction. So what about Bob? Yeah, I'll go check it out. I mean, I'm not a designer or anything, but
Weird.
I'll pull it up and just make sure I got it on the, because I always jump into like the different stuff from time to time, kind of look at what people are like suggesting and whatever.
Oh, is it Bill the Pony? I thought it was. I don't know why I thought it was Bob.
Bill the Pony.
It's from Lord of the Rings.
Get that one cheer badge. Oh, having to spell magic?
I think slowly that's going to be less of a multi-class thing. Definitely. I don't think it'll be Inquisitor only, though. But I think it'll be on less classes than what it is.
Vines are no place for a pony, even one so brave as Bill. Yes. Yeah. Now, what wasn't in that quote was, "Now get out of here." The southern accent came out in Aragorn.
But that is a really good thought process there. Zukan is like, what happens if you purchase like the donkey and a horse and let's say there's like a third mount or whatever, like how does that even function?
I mean,
just like a bunch of pets that run around with you. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, because you can have up to 3 right now. You can have a horse and a donkey, and then you can have like a summoned pet, like if you're a necromancer. And they just, when you're not riding it, it just follows you around like a pet. So
okay,
that's the current functionality, but I don't know that. It feels like it's just the initial implementation, and I don't know if it's the thought or there needs to be more thought put into it. It feels like, because I feel like what we could do is you have a mount slot, and then you have your pet slot, and I don't know what a third one would be, because I think we're getting rid of the swarm pet stuff. So, and I wonder how the swarm pet stuff would work if you had a mount with you. I don't know that, but I feel like if you just had one mount slot, then you have to deal with that one mount. You have to take care of that one mount, and you had to choose.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm okay with the having to choose, but I also think that you could just turn around and sell it and then get a different thing.
I mean, you don't have to sell it. You could put it in the stable as well, and just. I mean, you can have a stable of a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, you would only could have one. Sure, yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, if you could, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I mean,
the horse, but I can only have one equipped.
Yeah,
I can either run with the donkey or with the horse. So if we wanted to do a quest of like, oh, I need to transfer a bunch of shit. Hey, you're walking with your donkey, right? And then guess what? Sow's kind of good because you can kind of run with the donkey. If the donkey's speed is exactly the same as Sow, makes perfect sense to me, right? Like, get Sow, have the donkey, run with the donkey to the location, right? And that's just how you have to travel it. It means that in PvP, if there's a bunch of people that are running around on horses, they can catch you,
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if
transferring goods and shit.
I guess the only thing is like if there was a desire to let people kind of convoy, and then having like being on a mount, like being on a horse with a donkey following you is kind of like double convoy, and that would be the thing. Then I guess I don't know, that's counter to what I was just
I
saying.
could see that, but it's like that would be make it so that the convoys have to be walking, right? You have to shepherd the donkey, right, along with it, and then like if you were going to be traveling, you would just ride the horse, right? I understand like that vision of like I'm riding on my horse, there's a donkey following me kind of thing. I get that, but I think like design wise, it kind of makes sense to have it, separated like that. But again, that's just my 2 cents, like the way I'm reading it in my brain.
I just I mean we've already committed to doing certain things with mounts, and I feel like we should continue to invest in them, and especially if we want to do, I think we should also start looking at it in terms of, or comparing it against others movement speed things. Since the the sow debate continues. There. I keep painting on the wrong layer here.
Yeah, I'll take more look at that design breakdown for that Inquisitor in a little bit. It's quite the write-up, so... What time do we got to, by the way? 10 o'clock. No, no worries. It's just one of those things where I'm like, I'm not gonna do the... I'll be real, like, I'm a very slow reader because I like to really ingest what's written, so it can take me quite a while to kind of pour through stuff because typically I'm trying to think through the idea and everything, so... I have a very divergent personality, so I have to like really like get the vision and stuff and going in my head when I'm reading about things. But yeah, Zukan, I really like your idea of having like, you could have multiple like mounts and stuff, but you can only have one out of the stable at a time. That would work well. And then you could name your horse Bob, and then you would just destable Bob and go on your adventure. If you were gonna go ride somewhere, or like, oh, I need to move a bunch of supplies. All right, we'll get Bill the donkey.
And it kind of comes in line with everything else about like having to be prepared and stuff.
Oh yeah.
In the game, so.
Well, not to mention then if you have like if you're like you're personally walking your donkey somewhere, you could just hire a bunch of people and they could ride on their horses with you to make sure. So then you could have some scouts, have a couple people like, you know, some guards on mounts and stuff walking around you. I still think it would like serve that purpose, right?
I mean, we also might do like, I mean, we've talked about vehicles as well, like wagon, like horse, you know, driven wagons or that kind of stuff. So that would just increase, and like as well, like ships, like ships that operate similarly, and you can store things on the ship. So just more ways, like, because all that stuff is not just stuff that you just buy and then you can do, you know, can poof it or whatever.
Right. Like it has to exist. Dude, I can't wait until there's 40 ships in Night Harbor and it's just like a giant boat traffic jam of like 30 ships just sitting in the harbor. Dude. Oh boy.
You could build ships and build and pilot ships in Vanguard, and dude, those things got real big. Like you could get like galleons and shit. I was like, what do you even fucking do? Like, I guess they wanted to do. They intended for there to be like ship-to-ship combat type stuff or something.
Combats and stuff. Sure.
Which I don't know that ever became a thing. I don't know what you would do with a fucking galleon, but I had a little sloop, you know, one of the small one person ships.
Yeah.
And those are cool. They you could They were useful to kind of get around some of the islands and stuff. It was nice. It's a lot of fun.
Could you lose your ship?
Not really. They functioned like WoW mounts.
Oh.
You run up to some water and you click the thing in your inventory and
Dang,
it just
your ship would
appears.
pop out.
Yeah.
At that point, you're getting into Sea of Thieves level shit, where you're like running around and your boat actually persists, and then you have to like make sure it's maintained, otherwise it can sink with everything on it.
Have you already started on the high elf and dark elf models, but just not show them yet? Is your artwork also the concept for the deep dwarves?
Oh, that's towards me. Sorry about that. No, we have a concept artist that is specifically like does all the concepts and stuff, and then we just make the 3D models and such. Sorry about that. We have not started on the high elf models yet. The dark elf models are complete for their first phase. We still have to do customization options, so additional faces and hair for them. So we will be doing stuff like that. Do we know which classes are next in the queue for the reworks and such? Not yet. Risen, so.
Still need to kind of sort out the finalization of the eye situation for the deep elves. It sounds like Sean was saying he wants to go with more of a normal eyes for them, and then like the full red eye stuff is like conditional. So
hey, well, if we get the switching tech in, that'd be cool, because I'd like to do that with the Wood Elves too.
Yeah. So I just need to get the eyes done up like that, pretty much.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that's holding back that ticket from being closed out, pretty much.
Which we already have a way to switch that we were able to switch the hair stuff. We'll have to talk to
like with the helmet hair.
Yeah, but I know that switching like a face texture. So.
Yeah, but those are just disabling and enabling like geo.
The helmet hair, yes, correct.
Yeah, so doing it with texture might be different.
And that is why I said I was saying about find out more information on that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to figure something out. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to build some fucking matrix or something. So, yeah.
I know Kung Fu. Oh, sorry, wrong matrix. I do love the stone field for the deep dwarves. Feel like rocks themselves. Yeah, no, for sure. They're gonna be some fun character models to work on, definitely. Really excited to be able to work on some new races eventually, but just right now it's we're working on getting stuff done for like we had like the June deadline, so we wanted to get the rest of the customization in for characters, so getting that done kind of important, and then jumping in and doing you know, we'll get around to those new races, but we need to get the deep stuff done next for M1. And that time is rapidly diminishing, so getting these hairs and stuff done as fast as I can, and then hopefully I can jump over and start doing the next stuff. Just I think armor sets, right? So gotta get all the armor sets in for that, and then once that's done, we can look at, or maybe it is more hair. Is it more hair after this?
There are. So there's you did dwarf, and now you're doing elf.
Yep.
I've got,
and I still have to do ogre.
And then
Okay. I've got halfling, gnome. Who else did I do? Was it just? It wasn't just those, was it?
you did Gobbies.
Oh right, yeah, and goblins. So we got those, and then Goblin is working on the concepts for the deep
Deep elf.
elf hair, and then we also need deep gnome hair done as well. So those would be as well. If we wanted to shoot for those to be done for launch,
Yep.
which we do because those are going to be launch dudes now.
Characters. Yep.
So those would be that's the plan. We do have like more armor, but we got Clint now, and
Yeah, buddy.
tomorrow I have a meeting with Sean and some dude who might help out with that stuff too. So
Some dude. Okay.
yeah, some shadowy figure.
Some dude.
Yeah. So I'll fill you in.
Patrick, is it?
No. It's the motion logic guy Sean's talked about. It's the outsourcing. So I might have them do like make some mobs or something.
Oh, okay. Shit, I'd be happy if they just made more gear.
Yeah. We definitely have like we could stick them on weapons and have a shit ton of weapons. So we'll see. We'll see what we do. What ends up.
So as long as I get the gnolls and kobolds, though, definitely don't want to lose those.
Okay, I think
That would be my only real request for like monsters that I would like to work on, if I ever get to monsters again.
yeah, I mean, dude, that's exactly why like we're talking to them, is because like we're just so deep in like hair and armor that like we haven't really made a new. I mean, we've made a couple like stuff. Like you made the
Yeah, I got to make the weird monstery doodle, right? But
yeah, but
no, right on.
but yeah,
MMOs are a big frickin' task, dude. So all the
Yeah.
help we can get.
yeah, it's I mean, there's stuff that I want to do. Like I think one of the ones we're gonna toss up was like a scorpion, and I kind of wanted to do the scorpion, but
Aww.
it's not a big deal.
How about we throw up some other stuff? There's a million things we could ask for, you know.
Yeah, we'll see.
Get some vultures or something, or you know, like a.
Yeah,
Like I said, pick 2 or 3. Like at this point, if we're gonna do contract work, right? Pick 1 or 2 things that you're really into for like monsters, and then be like, okay, well, we'll give up these other things. Like I wouldn't care if they did the Minotaur kind of thing, right? Personally, like it's fine. I'll give that up, you know. But if there's something you really, really want to work on, I say let's keep it for us, and then some other stuff, you know.
Scorpion would be fun, but it's not. I wouldn't say it's something I really, really want to do.
Gotcha.
But maybe we can talk about telling them to do other stuff first. But it's like, I mean, if I said like, oh, I want to do it, but like I won't have time to do it for a while anyway. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it also kind of comes down to how soon do they need X or Y, right? Again, if I had to give up kobolds, I'd give up kobolds as long as, like, my number 1 is, like, Knoll. I really want to do them.
Okay. I think I marked that down for you.
Yeah, I believe. I just wanted to make my verbal commitment that it's something I'd like to rock on.
Yeah, please feel free to continue to remind me.
Yeah. We're talking about reaching out to an outsourcing studio for extra additional stuff in the future. That's who they are.
Do you know if classes will have class-specific sets which are best in slot for those classes, or like the best in slot for level 30 to 50? Any plans for higher end gear? I think at the high end, at the tippy top, we'll probably have that kind of thing, because we do have concepts for like class specific armor, and those would be those appearances are supposed to be for those classes only. So from the art side, that's what we've planned for. But in terms of how that kind of falls in itemization and at what level and all that kind of stuff, I don't know. That's kind of up to the
Also,
designers.
yeah, is it best in slot? Who knows? Like, hard to tell. Also, you had a question. Any ideas if the servers are working? I'm getting bounced back to the character selection every login attempt. Are you in the beta, or are you trying to get in for Open Weekend has concluded? So that would be one thing. But if you are in the beta, make sure you have properly updated your client version. Which client version do you have? Do you have the dog? Make sure that that's there. And then a patch went out earlier today, like really big ass patch. So make sure you grab that. Zootst. Maybe even just try a repair on the client.
I gotta use the bathroom real quick. BRB. Alrighty.
I do like that you have the Battle Right logo on your thing too. What time is it? Oof, 10:22. All right.
Do you have to head out at a certain time?
It's probably gonna end at 11. Just because get a little bit of wind down time. Okay. Oh, you were accepted in the PvP closed beta? Hell yeah! Word. Yeah, I'm just gonna, hit 11 o'clock, go make some food.
put
Okay.
on some baseball, hang out for a little bit.
Sounds like a
wind
chill
down for the
time.
day. Yeah, dude. Well, like I said, it's been quite an eventful last few days of me like scraping up linoleum tiles. So, and then my workout group did a weight lift thing on Friday, so I ended up going to that. So, did 50, 100-pound squats or whatever. So that was fun.
Squat. What a squats the goblin.
That was a lot of squats. Well, so my trainer, like, I need to get a shirt made because she's like pretty cool like that. She's like, "Oh, I'll make you a shirt." But there was one like I was doing a workout and I forget, it was like, yeah, a bunch of squats or lunges or some shit, and she's like, "Dang, dude, you've been going at it a while." I'm like, "I forgot to tell you I have horse legs," and that's one of the I need to get a shirt that says, "Hey, just gotta tell you I have horse legs."
You gotta work in nay in there somehow, or some sort of additional horse pun, something.
I'll have to look. I'll have to try. I'll have to put my thinking cap on that one.
Figure something out.
Missy Plaid, thank you so much for the tier 1 subscription. It helps me a great deal, so very much appreciated. Thank you. Oh,
The kobolds do seem like they're pretty cool. Like I like.
Oh, yeah.
I like the. It's an interesting concept. I like it.
I like them because the reason why I really wanted the gnolls and the kobolds is just they're such iconic critters in D&D.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I think the orcs were one. Like I really like the orcs. I like our orcs, and I'm really
Yeah,
glad
dude.
that I was able to work on them. And
Mm-hmm.
I need to do some additional stuff on them. Like I need
Yeah,
to.
dude. If you ever want to art jam out on them and stuff, and like just go through some dealies, let me know.
Yeah, I mean, I already need to do that, like the UV update, but I think doing some touch up on the texture would be good too.
Yeah, we're good.
I
Like I
think-
said, just hit me up if you need anything.
Yeah. Oh, major question though.
Aw.
Why no lizard man? There's no
They'll
lizard
be
man
there, don't worry.
yet.
Not yet. Yes,
Not
exactly. They're just
yet.
not depicted. They're secret. Keep them secret. Keep them safe.
I'm trying to get them not so secret.
True.
Huge question. Why air no work? That's it. That's a solid question. Good.
You got to make sure to breathe.
Yeah.
Air work when breathed.
Also, make sure not underwater.
Yeah. Oh, are you talking about your AC? That would be unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to crack my window. It's getting kind of
Inhaling tech.
one of the techniques that my art professor always kind of showed me is like if you paint kind of from the center out, and you're doing strands and stuff, you can kind of get a nice hair flow.
Have you been checking out the Deep Elf hair concept thread?
Oh yes, I think they're fun. I don't
think,
have anything where I'm like, no, all this is terrible. I will say that I think there's too many options, so we might need to whittle it down a little bit. Because
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Like, I think the direction for stuff is looking better after a couple takes.
yeah, with the second. Mm-hmm.
We're up. There's a third one. I don't know if you saw that, but I think.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah, we're version 3 now.
Ooh.
So I think it looks good. We got some good stuff going now.
There is
so,
a version 3? I don't have access to the version 3, so.
What? It's in the thread. It's not secret.
It is? Under
It's the latest.
Art discussion?
Yeah. It was posted today.
Less. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I see it. My bad. It didn't update in the... Oh, because it's in a thread? It's weird. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, if you didn't post in that thread, it doesn't like give you updates.
Yeah, okay. That's what it was. No worries.
But yeah, I think stuff was looking good, and I was like, cool, next thing we need to do is just like jump in a huddle and then whittle it down to 6 options, because it's like 10 and 11 right now, and that's way too much.
Yeah. Agreed. I think that's one of those things where it's like, we can, even if you wanted to back burner some of them, we could always save them for way later, but yeah.
I mean,
good to get down to 6. It's just very time consuming, so.
Yeah, like maybe we'll add more in the future, but I kind of would like it if we could maintain everyone kind of having about the same amount.
I agree. No,
so that's why we're shooting for 6, because that was reasonable, and we could hit it for everybody. If we add more to stuff down the line, then like the way I would prefer to do it is to do like some big push for everybody again. And
yes, 100%.
And that would just be like 2 months. it'd be more than that. It would be more than that. Well, maybe if we pulled in Clint and maybe if Brandon's around too, we could speed it up actually. But
yeah, if each person's taking like, well, again, you have to remember though, it'd only be an additional, like I wouldn't do an additional 6. I'd do like an additional maybe 3, and then that's it. Then I would never do it. We would be like, we're done with hair, right?
Yeah.
Because that would put us at 9 hairstyles per race, per gender, and that's pretty bananas in terms of just customization in general. I think, when we said 6, it was like a little bit aspirational, but also when we were looking, it's like, oh, A, it's a good number. B, it also like was for the most part achievable, right? In the time frame that we had, right? And I still think that kind of holds up. But
yeah, one of the things that I still don't have an answer to that I want to kind of find a clean answer to is, okay, we have hair, we have the first set of hair, then we have like on some of them, like with the dwarf, for example, there's like you took the same geo, but then you did like an A and a B texture,
an alternate.
That takes up a slot. So then if like maybe I just shuffle that down to the end of the row or whatever, but then that adds to the overall count. And then if we were to add more hairstyles, finding slots for those, and then like if we wanted to keep the number of hair the same.
Yeah, again, like, if we don't want to do those alternates, I'm okay with not having them, So that's fine if we want
I don't have them in anymore. And it's only on the dwarf that there was like 2. But I didn't put them in yet because I wanted to think about how we were gonna organize stuff a little bit better. I didn't want to just toss stuff in, because if I just tossed it in and then we changed how we're going to do it, then that was going to be
exactly. No, that's smart.
yeah, it was going to be problematic. So
Yes.
yeah.
No,
And
I completely agree. I think that one's in there as like a B alternate anyway, so it's technically supposed to be a B. But again, like that's like, do we get a bigger bang for a buck if I just made another hairstyle that was like an A? But I think they already still have 6, so I don't think I would
yeah,
call.
okay. I don't remember what they have. The dwarves had a lot of
I
shit
think
though.
Yeah, they do. So, and I think I just added that in extra because it was like, oh, well, I had made this other stuff, so I'll just throw it in there as like a B alternate version, right? But we would need a way for you to switch between A versions of hair and B versions of hair, which are just the same model, just a different texture.
Yeah, that was the other part of it too. Is like there's, because from my point of view, there's like the under the hood organization portion of it, but there's also
Yes.
player facing, and like, because it wouldn't, I don't know if it would be a good idea. I mean, we could do it, and I guess it doesn't matter too much, but I feel like it would be kind of poor user interface to just slap it on the end of the list. So you kind of cycle through, and then you see the same hairstyle again, but it's slightly different.
But
You
it's
don't know
different.
it's different. I think it's better to have like, hair number 2, and then there's like a box like alternate version or something.
Yeah, and honestly, again, personally, I'm okay with us not doing all this.
Yeah.
If we just cut that hair entirely and just make it like, you get one hair, you got one style, and I think that's worth doing,
Yeah.
So I would actually prefer like just cut that one. I can use those braids at any time on any other hairstyle if we ever come back, add a few more, right? So
Yeah. I'm just thinking.
I just say, let's do 1 for 1. I know it's like, oh, we could have so many more hairs if we just did new textures for them. So easy, then we don't have to do the models and stuff. But it's like, but like,
it's not easy though, because there's that's making the asset is just one part of the process.
Right. But having to make like then the idea being like, then you don't have to make a new model. You just have to make different text for it or whatever, right? But like, again, hair is kind of meant to be unique and cool, not rehashed and painted over for a new thing. So
yeah,
personally, I'm okay with removing that alternate one and just putting in what we like got now. So
okay, well, I'm sure it'll come up again at some point, and then like if we need to figure out if it's something we actually want to do, or what like how to do it and that sort of stuff. Because another element, like an additional element as well, is like because we use the player model prefab as NPC model prefabs. It's all in one. It's all the same thing. When we do like NPC only shit, that goes in the same bucket. And so
right.
I need to know how much shit we're gonna put in on the player side so that I know where to place the NPC shit, so that they're like separate.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, and again, this is just mine. So, but I would say, I would give another 3 hair buffer for every class, and then at that point, that's about all the customization I think I'd want to have in the game. Again, having 9 hairstyles per race per gender is pretty generous in terms of customization. And if we come back in with all this additional hair later anyway, that would be the time that we would have to add the barber,
Well, we need to get the barber in. I told Sean we need that, like, either way. Did I fucking mirror this? How did I do the UVs for this? Because he was talking about something secret. I'll tell you.
Okay.
In secret.
Sure.
But I told him if we do that, we need like the barber needs to be part of the package if we do it that way. Um, you can hear all that going on in the background. Sorry.
I cannot. I have music playing though, so. Yeah, the new hairstyles and stuff also, FYI, I think are looking good. I love the fucking Dolly Parton hairstyle that got thrown in right at the end.
Yeah,
It's
I really
fucking
like that one.
amazing. It's so much hair though. Oh my god.
I will. I want to
Holy.
fight for that one. That one's a really good one. I
do
think
like that one a
my
lot.
least favorite one is like the female D.
Agreed. That's my least favorite. That'd be one I'm willing to cut.
Yeah.
I do like the one where it's like shaved in the front and it's then the super long in the back. What is it? The one right after H.
Oh, this unmarked like mohawk looking thing.
I like that one a lot. It's pretty slick.
I wish that didn't have the braid on the top. Otherwise, I mean, I like it, and I think it would be better if it was just straight hair. But
Oh yeah. Yeah, I could see like cleaning that up a little bit more. I agree.
Vessel Vision
You can
has
always request it
rated
being a
with
little bit-
28 viewers. Thank you for the
Oh,
raid.
buddy. Welcome, Vessel. Thank you.
Welcome in, guys.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of great options here. So it's not the one thing that I would like to see though is on for the males, the DMBB. I want to see that from the side because I don't understand what that is. It's some sort of sideburns, but there's no side drawing for it. And I really want to know what's going on there. Like,
yeah, I thought that
objective
was
with those, so.
yeah, I saw that too, and I thought it was kind of funny that sideburns were the only one that didn't get a side view.
Yeah. Literally, out of all of them, I just need to know what the sideburn is from the side.
Yeah, we'll get clarification. It's not a big deal. We'll figure it out. But
it's more funny than anything.
Yeah,
got a kick out of that one. Yeah, everything else about those were good.
yeah, I think in terms of beards, I guess with the like the long wizard one, the E beard. We could just do a texture alternate that's just without the braided portion, and I guess that would be good as well. I feel like
You're saying like so it doesn't have like the little figure eight going on in there,
yeah, because like I think we could just have like a straight wizard beard, but I mean like that's what I was hoping for, I guess. And I don't. We could just take that one and just do like a texture alternate as well, I suppose.
Or we could just say, hey, could we do a straight one? This is straight instead, right? Are you amenable to that? And see if.
Yeah, I mean, we could do like another one that's just a shorter, straighter beard, I guess.
Sure.
Like that's kind of midpoint because we have like short
that.
beards, and then we have like that sort of short medium one with like the ponytail coming off of it.
Yeah.
But I guess we could do someone that's like a medium long.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. Again, some of these won't take overly long to make, so I think we could add in one additional beard if it's really like desired, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice, but it's not something that I'm gonna. I don't think it's the end of the world. It's not something that I would go for on my own, dude. So it's
Sure.
just kind of fulfilling that sort of desire for people in general.
Oh, I get you. Well, I will say that we do still need like at least 2 more mustaches for the ogres at some point too. When I get to ogres, I might do a quick request like, hey, can we
Do we want to add one of these or something like that, right?
Do they need another mustache? I mean,
They only have one. They only have one option right
that's
now. for
one more than
mustache.
they deserve, sir.
Yes. Okay, well, that's how we're feeling about it, then sure.
I mean, it's fine. If you want more, that's fine.
I was just thinking maybe one at the minimum, just to give like a secondary option there, you know.
Sure, yeah. Mustaches are easy. I
That's
just
like the,
I don't
like the. Go ahead.
I just don't think it really works well with them, in my opinion. Because of the
Oh, really?
tusks and everything. It's weird.
I thought they looked really good, actually. I was actually kind of surprised at how good that they looked once I saw them in game and stuff. Like, A, seems like it's very popular. Like, a lot of people actually have been using that. And then B, like, it actually looks pretty good, so.
Yeah,
Wasn't that surprised.
I just hate the look of the tusks that when they poke out above it. But that's just me.
Understandable.
I won't I won't fight it if that's what people want.
Well, I'll take a look at if I can't do it. Well, I was just thinking it would be another like long one that would hopefully cover up the tusks and stuff, so it wasn't possible.
Yeah, I wonder if you could do a pass and if it's possible to
Make it higher, sure.
Yeah,
do
just
something like that. We can take a look at that.
or we could always like lower tusk height as well on the face or something if that was easier to do.
No, I think I could just do something with I can shimmy the model up a little bit higher there, and it shouldn't look much different, and it should cover the tusk and not be an issue. So I'll take a look at that for sure.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna be back around to it in probably about a week or so.
Yeah.
And then the one other thing I did do was I did add another dwarf female beard that wasn't ultra short, nor it's like not as long as the curly one,
Like a medium
but it's
short.
kind of like it's like a very like a little bit longer than the other one, just to give them a third option too. Just because, and it didn't, I literally just duplicated one and then just did a little paint over on it, so
Okay. That's fine.
didn't take overly long.
Did
to
you-
just put that together real quick?
Did you check it with like that one hairstyle?
Huh?
You know that one hairstyle that's like a beard?
Oh yeah. I checked it. It's fine. Again, it's not even as long as the curly one. So
Okay.
if it's smaller than the curly one, it'll work just fine.
Okay.
It fits inside it definitely. Yeah, that was one thing I was paying attention. Again, the ladies should have pretty short beards anyway, so I didn't. I didn't. Kept it pretty. It's still pretty short, overall. It's just a smidge longer than like the super tight one, And then it's a step in between the curly one and the super tight one. So.
Okie dokie. Makes sense. They would have some more options.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the dudes have 6, so, It
And
felt
that's
right
6
only
more than they did. I'm just kidding.
than they deserve.
Yeah. Hey, well, thanks for co-streaming with me, buddy. Yeah.
This makes this, I mean, I always like having the people here where we get to chit-chat with them in chat, too, but it's fun to have somebody, like, really being able to talk back, right?
Yeah, the downside is I kind of ignore chat more, so apologies, chat.
Oh, really?
Well, I would, cause like when we're chatting away, it's like sometimes it depends, I guess. But sometimes it's like I'm waiting to respond to chat, or you get me all heated and I don't even look at them.
Oh, jeez, sorry.
In a good way, I mean.
They start talking about horses, and all of a sudden, it's just
Yeah, I mean,
everything goes out the window.
we get it. We get a good. We get a good back and forth going. Like,
Yeah, dude.
good luck, chat, man.
And we got. Yeah.
How's everybody doing in chat? Speaking of, for those that kind of just rolled in with the raid and everything, we're doing a dual stream. Myself and Zach working on art stuffs for Eminem. I'm painting some shields right now, and Zach's doing some hair.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out wizard with the changes. Right on. That could be something to do later as well. Hop on.
Play some wizard DDR.
Well, I want to go check out the druid stuff, but yeah, I do need to check out the wizard too, because I haven't tried. I still haven't tried them out since, like, we got like what, four changes already on kind of going rocking and rolling now. So I haven't really tried any of the new versions.
Because it's Inquisitor, Spellblade.
It's Archer, Spellblade, Wizard, Druid.
Yeah.
Definitely when Inquisitor comes online, gonna check that shit out.
Yeah. Sorry, I was stand corrected about the thing. I got them confused in my brain with Spellblade.
I guess you could say you got spell-brained.
Oh. Alright. Enough of that.
Anyway.
Moving right along.
Got them horse legs.
Horse legs. Dude, I think that would be such a funny shirt because nobody would get it.
You gotta wear like tearaway pants when you wear that shirt.
Boy.
So when they ask you about it, you just tear away the pants and you're like, look at this, and just flex.
Look at these ham bones.
Yeah.
You just look at them.
Centaur moments.
Centaur moments.
My God. That's how you're gonna make it into the game as an NPC, as a centaur.
Oh goodness.
Wouldn't that be a thing?
Now again, I want if I ever made it into the game, I'd want it to be like a little goblin vendor named Zazma, and it would be in a building called the Zazma Hall, and it would be like a bunch of antiquities and stuff. It would be fun.
It's a pretty good one.
Or it'd be like a rug shop or something, you know. Nah, there's a couple of characters I'd love to get put into the game for sure.
Why Rugs?
Although I do have one. I did get my wolf that got put in, and that's pretty sick.
Your wolf.
Yeah, there's a wolf that prowls around in one of the zones named Gorlock.
The big guy.
Well, he's not that big though. Like in the game right now, he's actually like not. The one that I sketched up, he's like freaking, the size of a house. But the one that's in the game is just like a normal size wolf. But yeah, I wanted Gorlock to be like a level like 30 to 40, and he like walks around. He's got all those weapons stuck in him and shit. Be amazing. Oh, I have a concept for him too. I'll show him on my stream just in case anybody's just interested to see what he would look like. I have to submit some of my concepts that I've been dorking around with for the last like year. At some point. See what Goblin thinks, right? Send him over to him and have him mess with stuff. Come on, concept folder. Yeah, here we go. There's my boy. There's my good dog. Bork. Best boy. Yeah, he eats people. Good dude. Alright. I do want to do a new concept too, some point here. I wanted to make like a crazy cool gargoyle thing.
I wonder where the gargoyle is on the priority list, because could be something that we put in Deep Elf Town.
For Deep? Yeah, as just when you were saying it, it's like, yes, it would go well in Deep Elf Town.
Hey Ruger, thanks for the gift sub on the way out there, man. Appreciate it.
Rugaroo!
Have a good bedtime. Take it easy.
Can you ride him? Of course you can. I mean, he will devour you, but you can try. Certainly try. Oh, thanks so much, buddy. Rogaroo with the double subs for both of us. It's so kind, man. Very much appreciate it. Thank you for the love. Again, it helps both of us out greatly, so.
Gotta get a big old ladder.
Yeah, right. or get levitate or some shit. I don't know. gotta be something if you're gonna pet that puppy.
You gotta get a big ladder and those extendo arm things with the little shark bits at the end.
Oh yeah.
But you also gotta get not eaten during the whole process.
Yeah, that's also true. See, it'd be cool on, much like how you did with the skeletons and stuff for, Gorlock, is the weapons that are stuck on them can be items that drop. I thought that would be kind of cool for like his loot table.
Yeah, we're gonna do that with the Gelatinous Cube too.
Yeah.
So like all the shit inside of him,
Yeah.
is like droppable stuff.
Yeah. I think that's so cool.
And I was
It'd be
talking.
another opportunity to have stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. I was trying to think of, because folks have been saying they want to try and do like a bunch of different configurations with the dudes and have like different, like a bunch of options for different like dead things that are inside the gelatinous cube. So I was trying to think about how to do that. I figure kind of like what we did with the mushroom dude, where it's just basically a hairstyle. We could just build a bunch of sets, and then it just is hair essentially.
Yeah, you do have a couple of different skeletons and stuff too that you could use, right? Like for the different items and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know how identifiable that'll be though, is the problem, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's worth it to do various skeletons because they're so similar.
Yeah.
I was thinking like definitely a skeleton, like just a human is fine, and then like maybe taking a rat, one of the rat models, and trying to like, because we have the zombie rat one, maybe I could like tear that up into like a partially digested one, and then there's like a dead rat in there. Or I was thinking it would be cool to take like a giant, the skull, the skeletal giant skull, and just putting that in there.
The giant head.
Yeah. Yeah, just like that could be cool. And I'm just trying to think what else we have. Maybe we could throw a zombie in there. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. I was trying to brainstorm like what we have that we could stuff in there. Some beetles, maybe a beetle, couple, like maybe some, shrink them down, make a couple beetles in there. I don't know. If we did like a fire beetle, then we could have it glow. That'd be cool.
Oh,
like
true.
a glowing cube.
Fire cube.
Yeah.
See.
I was gonna say we could technically repurpose the gelatinous cube as lava, make it a lava cube.
Yeah. I'm sure. I mean, I need to set it up so that we can get a bunch of different colors for that kind of thing. So, yeah. Did I probably didn't show you, but I did throw together a texture, a placeholder, like a quickie texture.
Oh, you had not.
Oh, yeah. Because I need.
Oh, about that.
Well, I was talking to Archer about getting like a material. Here, I'll put it on screen so people can see. So I was like, okay, hey, I have this, like, because it's just a cube. That's like, I made that a while ago. And I was like, okay, well, if we just have like I want some sort of texture. We're gonna do it with like a shader mostly, but I think kind of like what we're doing with the fairy and like ghosts and stuff, like having some sort of diffuse in there to kind of like like add in there is good. So I was like, well, maybe I'll just like throw together something quick for him so that he has that going for it when he's like trying to build the shader. So I went ahead and I just got it all set up. So he's got little placeholder animations in there too and everything. It's kind of cute.
Okay.
So, it's cool. It turned out kind of nice. I was like, oh wow, that's nice. That's cute. I like it.
Yeah, I did send you a couple of those ooze things too, so hopefully I don't know if any of that helped at all, but like references, and one of them was like a tutorial on how to make a ooze shader and stuff, so I don't know if that would help him out. You might want to send that along. Could
I'll have
pieces.
to find that again because I don't remember that. But
It was in Discord. I've messaged a couple of those
the
little
painting slime.
bits. Yeah, yeah. One of them was like painting slime. One of them was an actual link to like a slime shader.
Okay, I'll see if I can find that down. Yeah. I don't know if would it make sense to paint the diffuse all slimy like this versus just having the general silhouette or the general form and then letting the shader do the shiny stuff.
Well, the cool part about the shader is that if you set up your metalness and roughness maps and stuff in the shader, like you should be able to adjust stuff on there, you know? But yeah, here it is. The slime shader, fake translucency by whoever the hell on ArtStation. This guy. Thought this was kind of good. Throwing it up on the. I mean, granted, it's a little bit cutesy, but the shader itself I thought was really cool because they did a thing where there's like bubbles that move around in it, and then it has that super like oozy kind of look to it.
Yeah.
And then.
That's
Oh
cool.
yeah, because it's on Zukan stream. Yeah. Well, I can send him the link to this again, and then you can kind of see. Yeah, I'll resend you the thing.
I'll put your stream up here
Oh,
so people
that'll
can
do.
see
All right.
what you're talking about.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah,
I
we'll
thought
see.
this was
Because
a really cool little.
I'm curious what I need to check in with him because my hope is that we can treat it like the Ghost Override, and then we can just make a bunch of different colors. So then we can use the diffuse. We have a bunch of different colors, and then it all still operates inside the LERP system. So yeah, this looks cool though.
Yeah, but there's just something to that I really dig, and it'd be neat to try to figure out a little something where we get some scrolling bubbles on it, and you know that lightness in the center, and just then you get the edge with the shine, and see if we could put together a little shader for them. You know, granted this isn't Unreal, right? But I'm sure that there is multiple things you can do in conjunction with that. So.
Yeah. I wonder if
Anyway.
if that lightness in the center is well, we'll see.
It's probably a distance Frenzel effect that you can do with when you're building out shaders and stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah, well that's definitely not an area I'm very proficient with, so I understand the words and the concepts, but if you told me to go make the thing, I'd be like, maybe if you give me a tutorial, I can follow the tutorial.
Well, I'm sure there's some out there, so that way it's like you could, but yeah, that's kind of, I was just pointing that it to something where it's like, it would be cool to kind of build something out a little bit like that, where we could get a little bit of like the moving bubbles in there, and then if you could get a little bit of that highlight in the center, and just build all that out as like a little slime shader thing, and then it would make it, you could technically make it so you could control the color changes in engine, you know, so. Yeah. And then all you would really need to make, there would be like the bubbles, right?
I think the bubbles, if we did do those, they would have to be very static because Gillette, like that one's very gooey.
Sure.
I would probably want ours to be.
Maybe they probably just wouldn't move around as much, right?
It had a pretty dynamic set of movement in it, but like it just wouldn't move all them. Well, alrighty, friends. I think that's gonna be it for me, unfortunately. I'm starting to get really hungry. Oh, no lie. The hunger has just hit me.
I know that feel. I'm probably gonna start getting really hungry too. I'll probably bolt too, and go eat my pizza disc.
Okay.
Wondering if I can, hoping I can take some of this from Shield 1, put on Shield 2.
Probably? Oh, yeah, definitely you could.
Route Shield. Take these rivets.
Alright, let's see. Who's available to raid?
Oh, hell yeah.
Sure, why not? Alright, friends.
I'm at bounce too. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Good little stream today. Got got the shield in a nice spot. I feel like keep trucking away. Gonna go get some food. We'll keep going on stuff. I'm gonna try and if I'm gonna be able to wrap stuff up in quickly here, but I would like to try and get to some hair stuff as soon as possible.
Well, thanks so much for joining us, everybody. Appreciate the heck out all y'all. And thanks so much for the gifted subs and everything for not only myself, but for Zukan. So it helps us a great deal. Appreciate it. All right.
All right. Good dual stream, dude. Thanks for chilling. Oh, good as always.
Absolutely, friend. Anytime.
Get some food. I'll catch you later.
Yeah. All right. Later, friends. I'm going to raid. And I'll see you on the flip-flop, buddy.
All right. Bye-bye. And I will also raid out somebody. Let's raid some buddies here. Who we got? Let's do Q. Haven't raided Q in a while, I feel like. He's a cool guy. Right on. All right, dudes and lady dudes. Have a good one. Happy Sunday. Take care of yourself. And we'll see you next time. Probably won't be around tomorrow because I got like meetings and stuff. But we'll see.
Clay code form fight, shaping dreams we all demand tonight. It's Zukan's goal.